Hello everyone, welcome in today's video. So in today's video, we are building another big application, Idea Pro, and this idea is among the 30 videos in 30 days challenge. And this is a challenge that I launched a few days ago, and people have already started submitting in ideas. So apart from this, in this video, we also covered a lot. We talked about opportunities, more especially the job opportunities, and at Desishub, we are actually requesting the members from my audience to join Desishub online community. We are going to be doing projects together. So if you want to join Desishub, please stick around. It is the first thing I covered on how to join Desishub online and what is this Desishub online community. This is a very big opportunity for developers to join us at Desishub, and we all do work with us. So it's a job opportunity. And then I'm also explained more about the 30 videos in 30 days challenge. And this video is one of the videos in that challenge. So today is the first video in that challenge where we are building this entire application. Actually, this video wasn't the first video to create. If you look at the 30 videos, the first idea was to build a RAG application powered by Vercel AI SDK and LangChain with PG Vector. This was going to be the first video. So after going deep research onto this application, I came to realize that we need to deploy this PG Vector. We need to deploy a vector database using Docker and a VPS. And then I realized actually I don't have any videos on YouTube talking about self-hosting on VPS and something like that. So now I actually went to researching this self-hosting Next.js application, and this is going to have 4 videos to 5 videos. You can see I've listed them here. I've already made research for all these ones, and I wanted to create the first video as this Hezener file with GitHub. This was going to be our first video today, but actually I realized we don't have any app to use while we are deploying on these servers. You know, I don't want to deploy an empty Next.js application and I'm like, we have deployed it on a server. I want us to deploy on a server a full stack application that is actually having users and working. Okay, so that's why I went ahead and structured this video to building a project idea management system. So this app has been also pending because I always find myself having a lot of ideas. I scatter these ideas all over the place on my WhatsApp. If you go to my WhatsApp, you're going to see that it is full of those copy and paste ideas from different places. So I made this app specifically to be able to collect my ideas in one place. Okay, so yeah, and I'm just going to demo for you how the app works, and alongside just building this app, we looked at advanced architectures, like for instance the backend. Some of these we didn't cover them in today's video. We're going to be covering them in another video. So this app we have built today is going to be working in other videos I'm going to make in the future on this 30 video challenge. So please, you need to do this application so that we use it in all other videos I'm going to make. We are going to use it when we are optimizing this for the backend to add the backend search and the backend pagination and date filters. So when you're adding these ones, we are going to use this app, and when you're just deploying on VPS, we are going to use this app. So you need to actually have this app as a starter as you're going to be moving on other videos. That's why I created it. But going into the app, it is for creating and storing your ideas. So a user comes to the app, creates an account. You're just going to see that in a second. But basically, you come here and you create your idea. Let's say here, you go ahead and create a category. So you can just go ahead and add in any category you want. Let's say, just going to say Desishub, Desishub team. So this is my category. So things concerning Desishub team, I will put them in this. So you're using React query for our data fetching, mutations, and everything. So you can see the one we have just created here, okay, is here. So let me just go here and click this. So you can see it loads, there is nothing. So if you click the one which has, you can see it loads this, and it's having, of course, the caching and all those nice things. So we can just go ahead in this one and we go ahead and add in our first idea. So I have one idea that I'm just going to put here. So I'm just going to go ahead and paste the title, and I use it, of course. I went ahead and I used this. I used the copy this. I used this rich text because it doesn't make sense if you're writing your idea and just writing it in a description. Here you have ability to add in the way you want. You can add in the description, you can add in the features and all those nice stuff. So I'm just going to go ahead and create this idea. And the idea, you can see it is here. And if I click in this idea, so we have this three column layout, which is really nice, and it is so much advanced. It is not one single page. You can imagine these are three different pages. This is a page, this is a page, this is a page, and we're having 3 pages in one layout. This is something which is uncommon, and you rarely find it, people doing it on YouTube. And the nice thing is that you can just go ahead and hide out this, and now you can work with your category here, and you can add in more, and you see you have very nice way of reading all your ideas. So if you just go ahead and log out to this is going to go ahead and route you to the sign in. So even if you try to access the home page, actually this still brings you to the sign in. So let's go to another account. So if I just go to this is another account that is here. If I reload, this person is also logged in here, okay, and he's having only these, seeing only his ideas, okay. So yeah, this is the app we actually built today. It was having tons of concepts that we looked at, more especially making sure that the layouts are all working together and they are responsive, and all these layouts, these pages are all working together, and we are using React query in all this data fetching. We looked at API routes, so all these are also having API. So if you just go here, you can see, for instance, I can just go ahead and get here. You can first go and get the categories. So just go ahead and get all the categories. So you can see you need to be authenticated. So if you try to get here, you need to be authenticated to be able to get. So you can just go ahead and hack the API or do anything like that. You need to be authenticated to be able to do any fetches. Yeah, so that's what we covered in those. Of course, we added authentication, the Google Auth using Beta Auth. This is Beta Auth. As you can see, it is looking really beautiful. So we used the Beta Auth to add in that authentication. So it has been really long time coding this, about 7 hours plus. So tired, but I'm just happy with the result. So let's get started and dive in. Hello everyone, welcome to today's video. So in today's video is really interesting one. We are going to look at beyond CRUD, and before looking at beyond CRUD, we are going to look at some opportunities, some challenges that I'm up to, and where I have been, and a lot of things that I've learned when I've been lost. So welcome, and let's dive into the video. So I've been lost for a while now, about like maybe a week or 2 weeks so, and I've been really working on some projects, big projects, maybe for some clients, and in those projects, they resulted actually into this video that I'm making right now. There are tons of concepts and tons of changes that I just want to introduce, and it's going to help you build more better apps. And today I'm just going to look at a demo app that I've prepared, and we're going to build it together to improve it, and putting all these things that I've outlined here, we're going to look at all these things together so that you become a better developer. I'm just going to start with the opportunity. So we are starting Desishub online community, and Desishub online community is going to be more especially you guys who watch my videos, those ones who are on my LinkedIn, those ones who follow me on TikTok. Everyone is going to be part of Desishub online. And what is this Desishub online? What is it going to be, its goals, and why? So we all know that Desishub right now, we are a registered company and we do technology things. We build mobile apps. We also create web apps like systems. We are now actually putting ourselves in a position of building systems and mobile app solutions. So that is what we do as Desishub. Now, right now we are currently a team of 10. So we are currently a team of 10 right now. Those people are at the headquarters at least, and we, out of those 10, I think one of the team members is remote. We have one of the team members who was actually here, but right now is currently remote on the team. So on these team members, after getting a couple of projects, it has really proven to me that we cannot really handle a lot of projects. What we can only handle at a time is like 3 big projects at a time. 3 big projects. So when I divide my teams, like three people on each project, you'll see that we can handle 3 big projects at a time. So this is not good because, one, I don't want to be actually into these. I want always be supervising these projects, like I do hard functionalities on these projects, but not to really be putting like 75% of my time, because I'm going to be always in meetings and addressing what, like that's what I'm doing right now, currently creating like preparing meetings and all that. So I just need more team members. Okay, I need at least to be able to hold about, let's say, maybe 5 to 10 projects at a time. 5 to 10 projects, because I'm a person who wants money. So now a lot of people who are trusting me, they are starting to give me projects. And now if we get like 5 projects at a time right now, we cannot handle them. So what I end up doing, I start working on these projects, and then I'm not making YouTube videos. And YouTube videos, they help us to bring more clients. So I need to actually just like get more team members from my online community. Right now I have about 13k subscribers and a lot of followers on my LinkedIn. So I need to create a community and at least also empower them in one way or the other. So like, let's say we get a project, and the project, you learn first of all from that project, you will actually get paid on that project. Now when you join the Desishub online community, you're not going to start directly on projects. We'll have to interview you, do some sample projects with you, and then when you're approved, then we start actually adding you on the team to participate on the projects. That is good news, and I think everyone should be happy with those news, that we are actually extending our reach to all our online my online audience. So if you're just out there and you're this person who likes learning, like building, and you have some good time to dedicate, then you are a good fit for the Desishub online community. I will be there and I will be responsible to teach you what you need to understand, best principles we follow at Desishub and everything. Okay, I don't know if I should stress that, but if you want to get started, simply inbox me that you are interested. Soon enough, I'm going to create a platform where we are going to be either a Discord, not a Discord, it can be a Discord, it can be a WhatsApp group, whatever community how you are going to handle it. But I'm just going to start receiving now people who want to enter into this community. Most people are in our WhatsApp group. You can apply, inbox me and see how we are going to start this, all of us. I need it as soon as possible because we have projects at hand and they need to get done. Okay. The tech stack that we're interested in, of course, Next.js, plus Node and Honor. If you just ignore these, you are good to go. Okay, that's what you just use at Desishub. We use Next, Node, and Honor. Of course, you can still join us if you are open to learning and all that. Okay, that one I've just left it. Now with this, since I have been lost for a good time, I gave myself now a big challenge, and this challenge is to make 30 videos in 30 days. And this is video 1, by the way. So this video you're watching right now is video 1 of the 30 days, 30 videos in 30 days. So I went ahead on LinkedIn, I posted this. I think this is here. You can see this post here. I added this yesterday, and on my on our WhatsApp group, I've received a lot of messages giving me all these ideas. Okay, we have a lot of ideas which are flowing in. I posted it yesterday, but already we have a lot. Okay, from YouTube, from WhatsApp, people are posting in the ideas. So we are still receiving more ideas. If you have any video title you have in mind that you'd want me to create, this is a good time to suggest that video, because as I've said, I'm really open now that I've reduced my burden. I'm just going not to be, I will be only leading the teams, guiding them on the best coding principles, and implementing those hard features only. Just going to be trusting my team and this online community that I'm going to get. So I will get now more time to create more videos. Okay, so with the 30 videos in 30 days challenge, this is where I got these video titles a lot. And the first one that came in was about building the AI. I just paraphrased it here, building a RAG application using Vercel AI SDK LangChain and PG Vector. Okay, now so as I was searching, I went so really deep researching about this, how I'm going to build this application. Now I came to actually understand that there are some other concepts that are lacking. Okay, so some of the concepts, for instance, deploying a vector database. Leave alone, we have been just using Neon database and so many other hosted databases. But if they told you that you should host, for instance, a Postgres database using Docker, how would you host it? Because in this case is what you're going to use in this application here. Okay, so this got me thinking now on self-hosting Vercel. So this pushed me to this self-hosting. Now when you go to self-hosting, there is a lot of ways you can self-host, more especially Next.js applications, and that is hosting using a VPS or a dedicated server, and you can use a lot of providers. And after research, I found most people, they find Hesna very cheap. There is of course DigitalOcean and others, but most people use Hesna. Now there are some other third-party tools like Kurify, Docploy, and all those ones. and this is going to be our second video. After this one, we are going to start like a series about self-hosting, and I'm just going to do these videos here. I'm just going to do here's now is Coolify, is GitHub, then here's now is Deploy, and then we are going to do Docker, where we're going to Dockerize our Next.js application, and also Dockerize our database, that is Postgres, and we deploy them either on Hezna or deploy them on DigitalOcean. Then after that, I will also look at AWS via SST. Those who know SST, SST.dev. This one is for deploying, and this one helps deploying on more especially on AWS. And then after using this one, we're going to finally use AWS Amplify. Now, those who don't know Amplify, AWS Amplify, it is a good one also to look at, AWS Amplify, and we're just going to use it for deploying our Next.js. You can see here they have a lot of stuff here. They do full stack TypeScript front end for, so the Amplify is good. Well, we definitely have to look at building a Next.js application using Amplify, and that is like the coming videos. Okay, so as I was going to make this today, I was going to make this video here. Here's now is Coolify, because I've already built, created the research and created the documentation for it. I'm going to show you in a second. But again, on this one, I needed an app that I'm going to be using to build this. I'm not going to actually again start building within that video. So I needed a very good app that is having something that we're going to actually use to deploy. So I had to actually just now think about an app idea, and the app idea is what we're going to build today. So the app idea we are building today, we are going to build this project idea management system, and we're just adding it beyond CRUD, because this is not going to be a normal CRUD application. We are going to put all tons of research that I've made while building all these applications, like these schools. So this is a big one. I showed you about this one some time back. Those who know School Pro. So after doing School Pro, now we advanced this one, because this one was using Node.js. We advanced this one and we built the D-Schools. And the D-Schools, this one is a huge one, okay? Is a really, really huge one. It has taken us about now 2 months working on it, and we are a team of 4 people on this application, okay? And we have spent now 2 months, so you can imagine what is inside. I'm just going to create a series for these schools alone. That one is coming in the future, but a lot of tons of concepts that I've really, really gotten into this one. And then another one like this one, which already have 2,000 users. This one is a system for a certain institution in the government, and it's already having more than a lot of users, like 2,000. And we're going to talk about all those concepts. Like for instance, can your app handle 1 million? If it has like about 5,000 users, how do you behave, and how do you think about that app, and how do you scale it? And that one led me to building actually this ebook. I really took my time to build this ebook, and some of the concepts I'm going to be sharing today are from this ebook. Okay, you can grab, I took time to really build this. So you can just go ahead, and even if you don't buy the book, but you actually shared some of these concepts within here, you can just go ahead and read on the chapters. I put the summary of chapters here that are in that ebook, so you can just go ahead and go through and see if it is worth to get this ebook. Okay, so but let's dive in the video and start actually the Beyond CRUD app, because I've really given you now enough background why I've created this video, and now I want us to dive into this app. Okay, so let's dive in and get started. Okay, so now we are starting this beyond CRUD. I already prepared a starter app that we are going to use. I'm just going to leave this link here, Idea Manager Starter. So this is the app that we are going to use to implement all the optimization techniques that I've been actually collecting from different projects. Okay, I'm just going to look at them. Some of them have blogs, some of them don't have, but we're going to actually try all these things together. Okay, and this is very important, by the way, very important for most people who are going to join us via Desishub online. Those ones who are at Desishub currently right now, this video is for you, and all other people who want to actually improve their workflow when they're building the full stack applications. Okay, so we're going to add authentication, we're going to do a lot of stuff that we're going to add into this today's video. We are going to look at layouts, how to optimize front end, back end, and everything. So let's start by actually cloning this app and look at it. So I'm just going to go here and clone this app. So I'm just going to leave this link. Of course, you can just go ahead and give it a star. Why not? Give it a star, and let me just go ahead and clone this. Okay, I'm just going to go here. I'm just going to go ahead and open this in VS Code. Okay, and I already have the starter, so I'm just going to rename this one. So I'm just going to say git clone and just paste this. I'm just going to call this one Idea Manager. So Idea Manager without the starter, just like this. Okay, I will cd into the Idea Manager, and I'm just going to say code.-r to reuse this window, and I'm just going to go ahead and open the terminal, just like this. So I'm just going to say git pnpm install first, pnpm install, just like this. Okay, okay, so this is going to go ahead and install all these it's going to go ahead and install all these things here. Okay, so I'm just going to say pnpm dev, so that we can just go ahead and look at the app. And you need to say we are having it at 14.08. That is something you can also learn. There are some people who actually think that it is a must that you should use localhost 3000 all the time, but actually you can just go ahead and pass in here. You pass in the port, and I have passed in 14.08. So my app is running on 14.08. Okay. Yep, so let's look at how this app looks right now, and we're just going to start like talking about all the things we have been doing and how to change them for the beta. So this is a simple app. Basically, it's just doing this thing here, collecting like these ideas. So I'm a person who have a lot of ideas for different things. Like sometimes it's for Desishub, sometimes for personal, like if I want to change my house, add some things inside my house, I have all those ideas. So I want to create an app where you can add those ideas. So ideally, I want to add like an app, an idea category. Let's say YouTube. Okay, I can just say create an idea, like for instance YouTube. Then in YouTube, I can add all my ideas for YouTube, and then I have my idea. Let's say web development. Then you can just like have this, and then you open this. I like this three column layout. We're going to be talking about also these layouts. So basically that's it. You can add a new idea. We're also going to improve this in a second, but that's just like what the app basically does. You add the category here, and then you can start like adding your ideas and looking at those ideas. Okay, and we're just going to use this app this app is going to be fundamental what you're going to use when you're just like building this self-hosting thing. So you need to actually do this tutorial, because when I'm doing the tutorial for these Hezina, Coolfire, and Docker and everything, I'm going to be referencing from this application, and we'll use this to deploy it on a VPS and everything. Okay, so make sure to actually go ahead and follow this tutorial step by step so that you can have this app. Okay, so what are the principles that we are going to follow, or what you're going to learn from this application? So let's start. Now, normally when you're going to be working with teams, when you get added to the team, the first thing that we first check in the front end properly is that you need to learn the naming conventions and the folder structure. So most people, they put everything anywhere where they want. You find they don't have the naming structure for their apps. Example is, for instance, someone wants to create a page, and the page is going to be for ideas, and he calls it idea. Okay, so you need to be good with naming conventions. This one I've been fighting with my team, and it has really took me time to make sure that my team has very good naming conventions. The reason why you have to have good naming conventions is so that another person who is coming from any other part of the team is familiar of how things are renamed. Okay, you can't just be meaning products. Some people, you find that is creating, let's say here, a new page, and you create here a new page and he calls it product, like this. And what is surprising, you find that inside is actually having, if I could just say RFC, okay, and then you find inside here he has a list of products. Like beginners always do this. Okay, you find he has like here a name product, but inside he has a list of products. So that is part of the naming conventions. And then the folder structure. For instance, you find now inside the, let's say this is product. So let's say he has named it properly now to products. Okay, he has named it to products. This is good. And then now he's having inside here something else, another folder here is supposed to add here, because you're supposed to add here, let's say now product ID or slug, like this. Okay, this is the proper naming convention. Like someone who is following the app is following very well. Okay, layout groups. So that is one thing that you need to actually understand, okay, with the naming conventions. So in this project practically is, for instance, serve actions. We know that we always for us put our actions in a folder, but today I've added them, or this, because I was actually vibe coding this with V0. So it has the tendency of putting this in the lib. Okay, for instance, the actions are in the lib folder, and that is not how we do it. Okay, so for us here we have a folder for actions. Okay, actions, and all our actions go inside this folder. So for instance, that is the first refactor I'm just going to do. All these for us, our actions, they all go inside that. So you can see this. Then there is even Prisma global instance. You can see where it has added it, and then the utils. So these two things, ideas and categories, I'm going to drop them in the action. So that's the first thing. Okay, that for us, these folders here, they matter a lot. When I find you have put actions, serve actions in some other place like lib, I don't understand. You get, it will give me hard time. So naming conventions really matter. Okay, before we go any further, let's add our Prisma so that we can fix this. So I'm just going to go here, go to neon. I'm just going to add this. We're going to talk about neon in details in a second, But right now, let me just go ahead and create a new project in Neon. After creating, you can just go ahead and click on connect, and then you just get this database URL. So I'm just going to go ahead and get this database URL, and I do copy this, and let's go ahead and add it to env. So in the env, just simply create the .env. I forgot to put .env.example, but just create .env, and let's add this database URL, and let's stop the server and run pnpm dlx. Sorry, I'm just going to run npx Prisma. First of all, let's go ahead in this Prisma and remove this folder for migrations. Delete this. Okay, after deleting this, let's run a migration. Npx Prisma migrate dev -- name init. So I'm just going to go ahead and run the migrations. This is going to migrate my Prisma, and also is going to run the Prisma client. You can just say yes. Okay, just go ahead and add that. So this takes some few seconds. Okay, so it has finished pushing this. Now for my case, I had already some I never wanted to create another project. I was reusing this one, so it had some data and I had to reset. But for your case, it's going to go ahead and push that, and it should end saying generated Prisma client. So let's clear this, and now we can actually just say pnpm dev again. Okay, so the first thing we have talked about is the naming conventions. This is something you need to work on. Okay, you can learn the good naming conventions by actually looking at other people's code, more especially those ones who are big engineers or those who are good more than you. You can just go, for instance, in some open source projects like the repo for Tailwind and some other open source projects that you can find, and what you always look at is the naming conventions. Okay, okay, so the another one is when you're just working in a project in teams, one thing that you're going to actually find is these things. Some people in their projects don't like working with ESLint, prettier. We're going to talk about types in details, but ESLint. Now, in all your projects, please enable ESLint. Okay, I want in all your projects to make sure that you enable ESLint so that you can be able to see all the errors, that possible errors, more especially when you're going to be deploying on VPS. You need to make sure that your project is not having any errors whatsoever. Okay, so yeah, you need to have ESLint in your project. So when you're just like building, creating a new project, make sure you leave ESLint. Okay. Okay, so let's also talk about prettier. So prettier is also another one. When you're working on teams, I've seen my teams struggling with prettier. You find someone actually in their project, they don't have prettier. Most of you don't have prettier, but if you have prettier installed, make sure that I think there is, you can create a .prettier RC in your project. But if it is your prettier is not working, just simply go to settings, and you can just go ahead and look at your default formatter. Only that actually, you may find that in the default formatter you don't have prettier here, you have something else. Okay, so make sure that here you have prettier as your default formatter, and prettier is going to be working in your project. Now, normally in the project you find that the prettier rules that you are using are different from Prettier rules that other team member is using. So I want to just talk about just like ESLint and Prettier. I might not do much in this project, but in this project I already have ESLint enabled. Okay, now let's talk about the types. Now when it comes to types, like for this, okay, there is so many sources of types in a project. Right now I have, by the way, I haven't walked through the project, but we're just going to dive in implementing it, so don't mind. But if you look at this, the schema is a very simple schema. We have the category, we have also the idea. So a category has many ideas, and the idea has title and description. Okay, now we have a tendency of having so many places of getting these types. Okay, now assuming that you're using Next.js for building a full stack application, you might use types from different places. But as you start using a different backend like Hono or Node.js, you realize the types that are from the backend are not from here. So here is the principle for defining types. Okay, let's talk about types here for a second. This is a very big problem that most people are actually having right now. So I'm just going to say types. Now with types, we normally have types that are coming from Prisma ORM. It gives you types. We always have ours. So you find that you need types for CRUD functionalities, more especially. Let me say CRUD types. What do I mean? You'll find that you need the create, for instance, create. In this case, we have our idea here. Let's say category here. So we'll have types for instance, create category, create category types, create category types. You need, for instance, read. So this is going to be, for instance, the read. We can just call these ones the category types. Then you have the update. So you have the update category types. For delete, no. We just say these are the three main ones. And then you have also the in-between ones. For instance, for the detailed page. So you can just like have the detailed page types, for instance. You have the brief types. So you find yourself having so many places you have types in the app. Okay, and you find these are thrown in so many areas. Okay, so right now you find that your types are actually in the form. So if I just go inside the components and I just going to look at idea form, you will see that some of the types are actually in the idea form. Okay, so what I recommend starting with this and moving on is the way we handle types is via schemas. So types, we handle them. Types are handled using Zod. Using Zod. Okay, Zod schemas. Let's say Zod schemas. Okay, so we're going to be handling types via Zod. And the reason why we are doing this is that Zod can work on the front end and Zod can work on the back end, which means it is very for you and flexible for you to move types around. Okay, so instead you can just actually have where we have types here. So you can just create a new folder out here and you say types, and inside the types you are going to actually write here the your schemas. So you can just say, for instance, this is going to be like, for instance, this is idea, right? So you can just say idea dot schema dot ts. schema.ts like this. So you add all your types in this place. So like I can just come here and get these two things here. Like cut this, I'm just going to cut that, and let me take it to where we have our types in the idea here, like this. And of course, I'm just going to import Zod. And you have something like this. You can also just go ahead and also export this. Okay, you can also export. So do we just say export const? I don't know. Say export const idea schema. So this, you export this, and you also export the types. Now we're going to start looking at the types here in a second, but this is good. Putting in one place with Zod. Now, when you're defining your Zod, do not only put in the ones for create. So you can see here we have the ones for create. The ones you put in your Zod are from your Prisma. So if I just know this is my whole entire thing, I'm just going to copy this and take it in my idea schema here. So let me just do this. So I know I have ID. So I just going to come here and I say here, and I say ID to be string. Maybe you can just say ID is required, just like this. And then you have title, slug. So we have also slug, for instance. So you can just come here and you also put title and then slug, just like this. And let's say slug is required. And then we have also create and updated art. So you're just going to go here. Let me first see the schema here. Oh, did I copy the one for this? I wanted to copy this here. So this one has also description, category ID, and this created art and updated art. So let me just say we have description, category, and now we have also the date. Okay, we have also the date. For instance, created art. So this, you can just also make it just like string. Okay, I'm just going to say like string, and let me just also just say updated art. Okay, and this is also string. So I'm just going to give you an example here. Just remove this. Okay, so you need to create something like this. Now you can just actually add more validation rules. Let me just get here a project to demonstrate this very nicely. So I'm just going to go in the not here, I'm just going to go in the projects, and I'm just going to go to, let me just open one of the projects here. API, I'm just going to look for routes. Let me look for one route, like maybe let's say maybe users. Okay, so I'm just going to open this folder here right now, just so that we can look at the standard schema, how it should look like. So here you have like user.schema. Okay, so ideally it should look something like this. Let me just see if I have everything in this. Okay, I need something which has everything. Let me just go to the user. Okay, so I'm just going to see this. Let me see this. Does it have something which has like okay, I'm just going to just get something like this. Okay, just going to copy this and let's go back to our project, and I'm just going to add this as something you can just like look at all the time. Okay, so basically you need this base schema. Okay, so this one should be a base, and the base schema is having all the types or all the fields in that entire table. Let's say you're just like doing idea, you have to do all the fields the way they are in that table. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and, for instance, this is the ID z.string. You can just simply just remove the minimum just like this, and these ones you can just like leave them like that. Now sometimes you can find, let's say, description. In this case I'm not sure if description is nullable, so like this one is okay, but sometimes when you find you have nullable and other things, so I'm just giving you this as an example. You can take your time and write it, and you'll be using it as an example. Okay, you can just be using this as an example. So the one thing you have to do is a base schema. So this one we just do it as idea base schema. So like all other schemas are going to originate from this base schema. Okay, so like this is a base schema, has ID, title, everything exactly the way they are inside here. You make sure it has these. Okay, now the relationships you can leave them, but just the titles in the columns themselves, like the ID, title, description, category, ID, updated at. This is what we define as a base schema. Now from this base schema we are going to create all other schemas or all other things we need. Okay, so we know, for example, that we need, if you go back to when you go back to, for instance, here in this, you said we need this schema, the for the form. Okay, so here we can now derive all other schemas that we need. So you can see from here, after this schema, the base schema, we can derive all other schemas we need. For instance, the create user schema. So you can see you can derive like the create user schema, the update user schema. You can just like derive all other schemas using like techniques like extend and omit. Okay, so for instance, you want the response. I'm just going to go here. Let me go back here. So let's say we want the create, so you can just say here the idea create schema. So I'm just going to say idea create schema. Okay, this is for when you are creating an idea. So this is going to be starting from the idea base schema dot omit. So here you can actually say dot omit, and then you can just go ahead and omit some fields. Okay, so let's say it's going to be exactly like this one, but we need to omit, for instance, ID. So with omit, I think here you put true. I'm not sure if you let me just confirm with omit. I think that is how you do. I'm not sure if I have here omit somewhere. How comes I don't have omit? I have extend. I don't know where I have omit, but I think you just need to say omit, and then you say I want to omit the ID, and then also I want to omit this. Okay, I want to omit the created at and updated at. So you can just add created at to true, and then updated at to also true, just like this. So now if you just look at this idea, it has a Z object of title, slug, description, and category. You get? So we are now deriving this from the idea based schema. So you can just now export this idea create. Since we are already exporting it, I can also now come and I use it here. Idea create schema like this. Now we need also the idea create data types, which are actually coming from this. So now when we come here, what they called idea form data. So I already just want to say create. It would be like idea, as we said, naming conventions. Okay, naming conventions. So this would be like idea create. Idea create. So you could say idea create, maybe form data. This is good. Idea, and then it's going to be z.info of this here. Okay, so now you see, so like this is having type idea create form data. It has title, slug, description, and category, because it is actually using this schema here now. Okay, now with this, the good thing with this is that if you in the future you come and add in something, let's say test, and this is a string, you say this is z.string, like this. So like that, it has already propagated to this. So you can see that the test is already here. And that is the power of using Zod. So we have one place where we have everything. So we create this, and then we create the create, and then we export type create, and now we can use this everywhere we want. Let me remove the test right now. So now we have to export this idea create form data. I will go back here and let's just use it here for now, like so. And of course, even in the form, we'll update that. So yeah, so then another thing that you have is for the response. So what do you want to actually display? So let's go back to in the we have some other places to add this idea create form data, and this is idea base create schema, just like that. Let's go back to the form, or even where we have this displayed. So I have the components idea form here. So the idea form, I'm just going to go ahead and remove these types. So you should not have types in any way in here, concerning the form. Okay, remove all these ones. And now you can just come here. This one is called idea. I don't know if we just create idea create form, and then the schema is idea create schema, just like this. Similarly down here, just going to say idea create form data, just like this. Okay, so we have one place, but now let's also look at what is being displayed. So if I just go in the app, you see that we have this idea project manager. You see that we have more types. For instance, the type for the idea. So let's just look at the mocked data here. We have the category, and then we have also the idea. So you see, we have these types here. So that's what I was talking about. You find that you have your types which are actually all over the place. You have the types in the display components, you have the types in the forms, you have the types all over the place. That is wrong. And to improve that, we need to have only one source of types. Okay? So I'm just going to take this, remove this. Now I'm just going to cut it. Okay? And I'm just going to say, for instance, go back to this. Let's look at what we need to respond. So I'm just going to paste this here. So you see that we have this idea. It has the ID, title, slug, description, category ID, and created art. So you can see that it is also we can still use the omit, okay, to create another schema. So let's just do this. So you can just say idea. So you could just say create idea response, okay, maybe idea response schema. So just say here idea response. By the way, it's also just good to end with schema if it's a schema. Like for instance, ideas create schema, the naming conventions, idea based schema. So here in this one, idea response schema. Okay, maybe you just want to do this, and you want it to omit, for instance, it is bring back the ID. So we only omitting this updated art, just like this. We are only omitting the I don't know, what about the description? Yeah, so we have the description here, category ID, created art, and everything. So just remove this. Now, since we have this idea response, we can create the type. So we need to create the type of idea. You can just say response, or the way they created it as idea, you can just say is now of this. So you can say export type idea, and then you actually have this from this. So if I just come here and you hover, you say the title, slag, description, category, and this. So if you go back here, you import the idea, still not from this idea schema. Nice. Okay, that is really fantastic. So this is how you have to do this. So we have to do ahead also for the category, the same thing. I will remove this, cut it, and let me just go to idea schema. Just going to duplicate this, and I'm just going to create the category dot schema. Look at that naming convention, because this is a schema. You just need to give someone that this is actually having schemas, so you can just say category.schema.ts. So we need to create also a base. So here, category base schema, category base schema. You have the ID, title, slag. We don't have the description and category ID, just like this. Okay, just like this, ID, title. So if I just go back to the category here, let me first place back this. Let me cut this, go to this category, and look at this. So we have this. First of all, we need also the create form. We're going to look at that. But then we have ID, title, slag, and the count. So you see, for instance, we have the count now. So just going to see how we're going to handle, for instance, if you are adding in new manipulative things like idea count. So how do I derive this from this category schema, category based schema? So I'm just going to go ahead and say, so instead of using omit, I'm just going to use extend. So I'm just going to go here. So this is going to be category. Let me first leave this. I'm just going to do this. Let's say this is for the response. This is going to be category response schema. So this is going to be category based schema. Instead of omit, we're just going to say extend. Okay, so now in extend, we can extend some fields, and you can say we're just going to add from the base schema. Now what is interesting is that you can do omit. For instance, if you look at this, they have omitted created art and updated art. So I can just say, for instance, that this, I'm just going to first do dot omit. Okay, and inside here I'm just going to say, okay, let's omit this updated art and created art. So just say this is going to be created art. So we are omitting created art because in this we have ID, title, slag, and ID account. We don't have the created art and updated art. So we first omit these ones. Okay, I first omit them, and then I extend, and in the extend you can now add this ID account. So you just say ID account, and I think you can just say string z. This is z dot number. Okay, so this is going to be a number. So now if I do this, you can see that this category response schema is having ID, title, slug, and ID account. So this is how you do the thing. Now if you go to the form, of course we can just, after creating this category response, I can just now come and say category here. Let's say category. We already have the category. I'm just going to remove this. Category is this, and it's going to be category response schema. Category response schema, like this. So when you just go to this, you can import the category from this. Okay, nice. So you have that. So let's go ahead and look at the form. So we have also the idea form. So idea, not idea, but category form. Just here. So here we also have these here. So you can see what is required here is only the title. Okay, is only the title. So that is the one that we need. Okay, the schema that we need. So I'm just going to remove these two. Okay, just cut them. Let me just say cut them instead. And if we just go to the schema here, in the category schema, we just have to create this, the idea. This is going to be now category create schema, category create schema, and we're just going to use the category base schema, and we simply omit. Okay, we are omitting a lot of things, including even the slug. So we only have the title. So even here we have slug, like this, true. If you hover now, category create schema has only the title. Okay, it has only title. And I'm just going to say now with this, we can of course create, let me first remove this. We can create the types of here of category create. So here you can just say category create form data types of this category create schema. Okay, so now if I go back to the form, let's go here. We need the types first. This is going to be the category create form. Just make sure that you're getting this. And the schema is going to be the category create schema. Just like this. You see? Everything is still doing the way. And then change this one to also category category create form data. Just like this. Okay. And as well as changing in this. Okay, so we also have, you can see again we have this. So remove all these ones now, and let's now export here. This is going to be category create form data, and then this schema now category create schema. Okay, go down here, let's change everything. The category form, and then the category create schema. And here you can see like we have the category update. Okay, like the update. We can also work for the update, but for now let's just like leave it like that. Okay, nice. So we have talked about types, and we have seen how to handle types using Zod. This is very important when you're going to work with teams, more especially if you're going to join Desishub. Okay, let's move on. Then let's talk about layouts. Now, a layout in our app here we're having here right now is, you should just think about before you start like designing the UI. Most especially when people get an idea, they start right away rushing to building the UI. I want you to right now to be taking some good time, take some good time, and first make some research. Okay, check for big companies. Let's say you're going to do a contact management system. Someone said, I want a contact management system. You are not the first person to build the contact management system. First look at which other people have designed. Okay, go ahead and check, for instance, the UI from Dribble. Look at the different contact management apps that have been built. Look at the patterns. Which one is more like, which one am I going to go for? Okay, which one am I going to go for? Why am I choosing this? Because if you look at this, let's say this is a contact management, you see, so there is for example this view, then there is the one for Google Contacts, Google Contacts. So I want you to first actually take some time and look at different layouts and understand what is the of all these layouts, which one is more advantageous. Okay, which one is more better, and which one is more scalable. We're going to talk about scalability, but implementing designs, layouts, different layouts, there is a reason why we come up with different layouts. Some layouts are resource intensive. You're going to see like this one. When you click on this, so like when you click on this and it loads like these or these ones, and then you click on this, then it loads the detailed page. There is no routing on top here. So just going to look at these patterns. So a layout can affect those ones who have, most especially when you're just like building like these schools. Inside there, we have a lot of layout patterns that we actually talked about. Okay, so we have a lot of layout. You have to sit down and think about the different layout that is going to consume less resources. Okay, not just like coming up with a layout because you have seen it and ChatGPT has recommended it and it is burning resources. Okay, we're just going to talk about more in details about that, but just know layout matters a lot. So for example, in this existing layout, this 3-column layout is good. The only problem is how it has been implemented. Okay, so if you look at this layout here, this is a single page. Okay, this is a single page. How do I know that this is a single page? If you click on this or click on this, you can see that this opens this. It is not routing anywhere. When I click on this, it opens this. Now you'll find that with this kind of things, you're using a lot of use effects, you're using a lot of use state, you're using a lot of fetching, because it means if you look at the app right now, let's go through the app. So the app has one page for now. So we have this page, and on this app we have this component, which is Project Ideas Manager. This is where everything is actually located. So if you just go inside, this is where we have all this this whole entire mess of code. Okay, we have the mockup, data, and everything. We're just going to, I left all these ones so that we can actually refactor everything. But if you just like minimize, you see that everything is inside here. Okay, everything is inside here, and this is too bad, right? This is too bad, because if you are going to fetch now, to fetch from the database, we'll have to look for ways of doing that. We have the forms, we have everything mixed up within everything here. This is very terrible. Okay, this is what I was talking about in the post I wrote. Let me just first look for that post for a second here on my LinkedIn. By the way, if you're not following me on LinkedIn, please go ahead and follow me on LinkedIn. And if you haven't subscribed, please, this is a good time. Go ahead and subscribe, and also hit the notification bell. Now, I wrote about that post. Let me just look for that post for a second. About what was I going to talk about? Let me this the app. This whole thing, I think just like here I've remembered it is called the best time to learn coding. This is the best time to learn coding. So if you just go to this post, I'm just going to click here. There is one problem, this maintenance nightmare. So let's say you maneuver through the deploy success, but what happens 1 year when the client wraps the new feature? You want to remember which AI with unstructured. So with this monolithic unstructured blob of code that you have, so like this is AI generated code. Okay, like when some people see me talking about AI, they think I don't use it. I use it, but if you don't know how to code, it's going to end up creating something like this. So you find it creates everything in one single page. And this becomes a very big mess as this project grows bigger. Okay? So you need to make sure that you have a good layout, but this layout again is structured very well. You can't have this column layout when everything is in one single blob of code is in one single app. Okay, that is terrible. Let me close this other one. So how are we going to actually do this? First of all, we need to put every component alone, like the forms alone. So the good thing right now, we have the category form and the idea form, and you can see they are inside the components here. Okay, they're inside the components. Now inside the components here, you're not supposed to have this kind of thing just throwing things direct inside here. Okay, so you can't just create here and you say, for instance, forms. So I'm just going to say forms inside the components, and inside the forms you can also put these forms together. So you're going to find that you have, for instance, the categories has their forms. So for instance, you have category. So you're just going to have the forms for category, because you just have like the update, delete, like the create and update forms. So you just go ahead and just bring the category inside here, like so. And I'm just going to create another one, which is going to be for the idea, just like this, not IDE. I'm just going to say here idea, and inside the idea I'm just going to go ahead and drop in this idea form, just like this, hoping that this is going to go ahead and update. So if you just go back here, this should just like update appropriately. Yeah, so this is where you're supposed to put the things, the forms. Now the good thing with this, if you're going to reuse it in another project, let's say I'm creating another project which is different, it is very easy for me to come and I copy the forms, all of them, I copy them together, rather than just going to select them this side, that side, that side. Here the forms are all together and separated very nicely. So you can just simply come, copy forms, and paste it in another project. Okay, so that is one thing. Let's now start like differentiating these things here. So in theory is that this, it has to be on the home page. So the home page should only have this here. Okay. Now this one should be another layout. Okay, because ideally when you just say category, what's going to happen is that this is going to say slash. Okay, it's supposed to say slash. So you could use, if you wanted, you could use such params. If you want to use everything like that, you could just use, say for instance, slash, and you say category, and then you say is equal, maybe category ID. In this case, we could just use category slug, actually. So you just say cat or C is equal to web dev. So something like this. So if you want to leave it on everything on the home page, you could just do something like this, and you leave it on the home page. But now, what you could also do, this can be a very different page, because it is very easy to work with pages than one single big chunk of things. So now we could just instead say slash category. Okay, but still seeing the same layout, but we say slash category is equal to this. So we just move to actually just say, let's say category. Okay, category, then slash, I think. Yeah, so we have, for instance, slash. Here you can just say C. There is no need of putting the whole entire category. So we say category, and then web dev is this category. And then when you click in this, you have now slash. Okay, we have slash this idea. So now we can just have the slash idea, and then slash idea name. Okay, idea name, something like this. Okay, where you have this kind of routing, like you have C, which is for category, and maybe here you could just use I if you wanted, and then you have this kind of routing. Now the good thing with this is, one, you can copy this and share it. You can just say copy this, and when someone opens this, is going to open it in this way. While right now you can't share this. Okay, you can't share this. Every time you refresh, it goes back to fetching everything. Okay, of course, let me just go back here. Or did I do just remove like that? So you find that you need to have that kind of layout. So how do we achieve this kind of complicated layout, whereby we have the categories? So let's take one by one. We know that when you click on this, this one, it should be routed to the category. Okay, that means I can just say go here, and let's say create category. Now you, because of routing purposes, you might actually add C only, and then inside the C, let's have the page. So I'm just going to come here. Okay, it's not supposed to be like that. Inside here, let's create a file, create page .tsx rfc, and this is where we're just going to have h2 list of categories, just like this. Okay, so now if I change these ones and I make them links, let's just do that. So I'm just going to say here, and I'm just going to go to the where we have the idea card down here, category list. This is where we have the title. Currently right now, this is a div, and if you click, you can see it has the set selected. We don't want this. Okay, we don't want this. So I'm just going to say link. So I'm just going to change this into a next link, and I'm just going to say href. Okay, for now I'm just going to say /c. Okay, /c. So if you just do that, let me refresh. So these are still now their links. So when I just click now, you can see now it goes to C. Okay, it goes to C. So the whole entire layout is gone. Okay, the whole entire layout is gone. So how do we maintain this layout, more especially like to remain the way it was? Okay, so I'm just going to say that this whole entire thing is going to be inside the layout. Let's start slowly. So we just need to create, first of all, this layout. Now I already just like to create, let's create another group. So I'm just going to create a layout group here, and I'm just going to call this one home, just like this. And inside this, we're just going to move our page. Okay, and let's also move our category. So these, let's just move them inside here. So the good thing with this now, we don't have any attachments to this. We can leave our header in here. And now we can create a new layout within this one. Let's create a layout .tsx rfc, and we're just going to call this one like the let's say category, maybe let's say 3 column layout, the column, and just you can just call it anything you want, the column layout. So this is going to be the column layout. It takes in also the same things. Just going to say children, and children are of type React node, and then here just going to say children, just like this. Okay, so when you click so when we put things in this layout, like this project manager is going to be inside the layout. So I'm just going to duplicate, copy everything here. What do I need to put everything within this one? Okay, so handle submit. Some of these ones I'm just going to leave them here. Okay, what I just want is this entire layout. I'm just going to copy this. Okay, and I'm just going to actually put it in here. So in this layout. So what is the layout? Not this one. Here in the layout, this one. So where we have these children, let me first remove this. Okay, just paste this. Okay, never mind about all these errors. We're just going to take them. So we just have to ask ourselves, for instance, the sidebar collapsed. Let's just go ahead and bring this. Normally, I don't always want my layout to always be client side. So we're just going to see how we are going to change that in a second. But right now, let me just go on top. Let's import everything that we have here and bring them into this layout on top here. Okay, make sure that this use client is on top. Okay, so let's also bring some of the state. Just copy this state inside here. we remove them one by one, never mind. So I'm just going to copy all these. Let's bring them inside here. Okay, so you know where this handle logout. So I'm just going to start go back and let's bring also these things here. Okay, the data. The data is going to be coming from other places, of course, but for now let's add it there to remove errors. Okay, so everything right now is in the layout, and our children is not being we're not using it anywhere. So let's start using now our children. For instance, in this layout, what we need to see is for instance, a list of all categories. So we're just going to have these categories and these categories here, sidebar collapsed. And then we're going to have these categories. Okay, we're going to have these categories. Where is it? So where is categories? We have category list, page nation. Okay, so this is where we have these categories here. Okay, so in the second column, so this is the pagination. So you have the ideas column. So this is the idea column, and then we have the detailed column. So you see that we have three columns. We have the idea column, we have the detailed column, and we have also the category list column. So like this idea column in here is where we want to actually put our categories. Okay, so I would just go for example and say that in here, like this, everything that is in here, paginated ideas pagination, so all this in this column here. Okay, I'm just going to make this to be the children. Okay, just going to make it to be the children. Actually, let me see. Okay, let me say let me first take it back. So how about bringing this idea column and the detailed column, these two columns here, just going to cut them, and here is where I'm going to put the children. So you say here children, like this. Okay, we going to take this one somewhere else, but let's say we have children here. So if you go back, okay, if you go back and refresh, look at this. So we have on the category, so if we just go on the home, okay, of course we're just going to remove this, but when we click now on this, we route to category and we have a list of categories, and here is having list of categories, and this is what on this. Okay, so what we could do is if wanted this to be its own individual page and the other detail to be its own individual page, is what we could do is we go now to the second page. So we have this page now. Okay, this is the category page. So inside the category page, actually this is supposed to be slug. Okay, so of course here just going to have the slug. supposed to be, let me create a file instead. So I'm just going to go here, create a new file, just going to say slug, then page, actually like, okay, page.tsx, like this. And whatever is in this is what we're just going to put in this, like the category detailed page, right? Now, inside the category is where we can actually add the idea, because inside this here is we can actually add the idea, because when you click in the ideas, when you click on this here, you have going to have the list of ideas. When you click in the idea, it opens the detailed page. So inside this here, okay, I'm just going to have the idea. So you could just say idea right now. Actually, just create it as a page, a file. So you can just say idea page, and then inside the idea, you will have also the idea slug. You could even just use an ID, whichever, because in this case, it's not necessarily just you use a slug, but just like use the slug. Why not? And then inside this, then you put page.tsx rfc, and then you have, for instance, this is the idea detailed page. Okay, idea detailed page. And then inside here in this, you're going to have RFC, you're going to have, this is the category detailed page, the category detail page. So when you are routing back to this, where we have these the ones which are routing these category list, let's see them. I think it was category listing here. So here, this, we doesn't just go to this category and then we just say dollar category.slug. So just like routing to this category.slug. So now if I just go, let's go to so in this first, this is the one that is having the categories, right? Okay. I just want this here. Okay, so where we have the listing, the category listing here. So this, we said this is going to route to C, and it's going to be dollar category.slug. Okay, nice. So when you click on this, now is taking you to category web development. Okay, and now web development is going to be selected. We're just going to see that by checking this. Okay, and then it shows the details of this category here. You can see the category detail, which is supposed to show also the list. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and also copy this again, this the project manager. I'm just going to go to category. So inside the category, I'm just going to create another layout. So let's create the layout.tsx. I'm just going to paste this. Now this time I'm also going to change this to, I don't know, it's supposed to be export default or export. Okay, export default, since this is a, so yes, I'm going to say export default function. I'm just going to call this one, so this is the category layout, category layout. It also takes in the children, and then children has React node like this. Okay, so in this React node, I'm just going to remove some of the things. So remember, the good thing with layouts, they add on top of each other. So if you do this in this layout and you try to go now to this category page, where is this? You have to use the children somewhere. Okay, let's go ahead and use the children. So if you go ahead and assume that you already have the categories, okay, so we already have that layout of categories somewhere. Say if I remove this and also remove the category list, because now, and then the category pagination, so basically this whole entire div, if I remove this, okay, now we have the ideas column, because this is supposed to be listing all the ideas. Okay, so you can just say selected category.title. So let's say now we have, so this is the everything about the idea column. So let me just go here and say that so this is the layout. So I'm just going to go in here where we have this detailed column, this one. I'm just going to add the children here. So I'm just going to say children, they will be in this one. Okay, so let me just also, of course, I can just like remove that. Let's just see. Export default is not a React component layout. Layout.tsx export default. Really, what's the problem? Let me just refresh. Okay, nice. So you can say we have the categories. Okay, so we are on web development, and then we have this. Okay, and you can see in this one we have all these category, the ideas, or the ideas. Idea, I think we can just like leave everything. Let me just go back to this layout, the one for the category. So we have this. Let me just add it in a blank idea column. Okay, so where we have this, let's of course just going to, let me just remove this padding top. On this one, I'm supposed to be seeing a list of all ideas in web development, because we are on web development. So this is supposed to be selected, and we have web development ideas, right? Like we have the web development ideas, all of them showing up here for this. Now, when we click in this one, it's supposed also to actually route to now to this page. Okay, let's just go and see. So that's why we have these children. So we can now just now finally use another page. So if I just have another page, let's say inside the category of Slag, inside the idea, we have Slag. Now inside this, so people want to say like if I'm just like inside the Slag for the idea, I think this is basically the page. When you click on this, let's first go to this idea Slag page. So ideally, if you just go to this layout inside the category. Okay, so this idea list, I want this ideas list, which is this one. So instead of making it just like a card like this, I'm just going to go ahead and make it a link. Okay, I'm not sure if this is going to turn out the way I want. Do we have the on click? So we have the on click on this one. So idea this one is what's supposed to make it a link. This one, we are supposed to make this one to be the one to be the link, but let me just leave the card there. Let me create the link here like this. Just gonna say href like this, and let's paste inside this. So what we want is to route. Okay, you want to route to now in this was supposed to get the Slag. Okay, we're supposed to have the Slag for this previous, like this one. Okay, because we need to maintain web development / idea, that we need to maintain all that in the route. Okay, so ideally just going to say I'm just going to say / category, and then we put the category Slag, which we will get actually at this point. I'm just going to say $, okay, and then / idea, then / the idea dot Slag, like this. For now, let's say web dev. I'm just going to say web dev, just like this. Okay, so this is now understandable. So if we just go ahead and click on this one, let's click on this idea, then task management. Okay, so inside the idea, we have category Slag, then we have idea Slag. Idea Slag. I'm not sure why this page is not there, because I have this let's go back here. Okay, C / idea Slag. C / okay, let me start with this one is there, right? Okay, then we say slash idea. Okay, maybe this name, it has a weird arrow here. Just going to change this to I. Okay, I'm just going to say maybe I for idea. I don't know if that is like a good idea to name it with this type of naming convention. Okay, so let's just come here and say I. Okay, let's say now idea something. Oh, so like right now is I just like this. Make sure we are still running. You cannot have the same slug. Okay, name repeated within the single. Okay, so I think that's what the problem is, because of the same within the slug we have another slug. So you can just like have here, let's use an ID here. Okay, just use ID just like this. Okay, so I have like idea, and then here we have the slug. Okay, let's just see now. Start one more time. Okay, so let's just go ahead and see. If we have our structure. Yeah, so you can see now we have the idea detailed page. Okay, so yeah, so you can see how, so now this, you can just like share this link, and it is tracking the category, the selected category, and also the selected idea, and even the detailed page of that idea. So they literally, you can share the whole entire thing. Now also the ability to do this complex layout, okay, gives you the understanding of how these things are all laid out. So they just like started like now making sense of this using actually the database. So what I'm just going to do, I'm just going to talk about seeding right now. So I have seeding here. I'm just going to talk about it, so to be the first thing. So every time you build an app like this one thing that you should actually implement is seeding. Okay, so if you just go down here in Prisma, you're going to see we have seed. By the way, speaking of files, let's move prisma.ts inside here, inside the Prisma. Now I always just actually name this to db. So inside the Prisma, I'm just going to create a new file, db.ts, and I'll just copy content of this into the db.ts like this. And I also normally just rename this global Prisma. I just normally just rename this to db like this. Wait a second. db, just like this. Okay, I export it as db, so I can just now go to where we are using in actions, where we are using Prisma. Okay, so you can just say, well, there is Prisma dot, I will just say replace it with db dot like this, and then let's import db from this, the same thing here like so, and let's get the db like this. So this is what I normally just like use as a convention. Our DB is in Prisma DB, and is what we're going to use. Okay, so let's talk about seeding. So every time you create an app, you need to actually implement seeding. And the reason why most of the time, like in one of the apps that I showed you that we did, I told you that this app had more than 2,000 users. If you're going to work for a company, high chances are that they already have their users, maybe they are migrating. Let's say it is a law firm. They already have like 1,000 cases or even 2,000 cases that they have, and they are all buried in Excel files or Word documents. So you as a developer, they will tell you that we need all these cases on the system, okay? And you need to find a way how you're going to get all that data onto the system. So there are so many ways, but the easy one is actually to do seeding, whereby you can convert that data into a JSON file and then you seed that data into the app. Now, to give you an example, the data that were given in that application that I showed you, I don't know if I can find it here. Okay, I'm just going to show you that data here. So it's about, let me see here. Yeah, so this is the raw data that I was given for that application. So when I'm telling you that this is something that is real world, and this is having 27,904 records. So your work is to convert this data and add it into that application. So you start thinking, if you are given this kind of data, how do I convert it into so that I can seed it? First of all, also seeding has its own problems. It can run for a particular time. Okay, it can run for a particular time, but one thing that you can do is you can break. First of all, like this data had to be cleaned. First of all, you could first ask yourself, is this data clean? Do I have duplicates or not? Is it supposed to be categorized or not? So first understand the data you're going to deal with, and then ask, if I was to add this or to convert this into JSON, how would it look like? Okay, so go ahead and use do not use ChatGPT for this case. I know most of them will use ChatGPT Cloud for these purposes, but I'm going to give you the AI tool for this job. You can use Manus. So I've been using this Manus for some tasks, and Manus is good for running scripts. So even if you give it this Excel file, first of all, it's going to accept the file. Some others, this is 8 MBs. So some other chat GPTs or some other these LLMs, they will refuse a file of 8 MBs. But Manus, you can even upload up to something like maybe 20 MBs or even 30 MBs. So you can just upload it to Manus here, and then you can tell it to divide this data into different JSON files. Okay, so what we ended up doing in that application, if I'm going to show you that we divided that data into multiple JSON files and they continuous files. Manus can do that. I'm just going to show you for a second here. And I'm just going to go to this project. I'm not going to show you the whole entire code. I'm specifically going to show you the data. So here, if you just go inside the source, you see that we have dummy data here. And you can see like we have 10 files. Okay? We have 10 files, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, up to 10. And each of these 10 files, okay, if I can open like one JSON file right now, you said it has about 265 or like about 2000. You can see all these. Okay, so these are all people, and these are 10 files. So you can ask yourself how much data that we added. So but this is good to chunk it. So chunk this data into like so many files, and as I've said, Manus is this Manus is good at doing that. You can add, and when you sign up, they will give you the free version. You don't have to pay on anything. Just simply add it. It will run a Python script to remove duplicates. So if you have duplicates, tell it to remove all the duplicates. It will do that. Or if it's an Excel file, of course, you can just go here and you can just go ahead and remove duplicates. You can just okay, you have to enable editing. I don't want to go into that right now, but you just simply go ahead and tell it to remove duplicates. It will remove all the duplicates and chunk it to maybe 10 files or 20 files, and then now you can run your seed file. Okay, and this is how we are going to run the seed. For instance, in this case, I have the seed file and I have the dummy data here. So under the data, I have seed data.json, web development, and then it has these ideas, and then I have mobile app, then it has these ideas and all that. So you have your seed file, so you can just have like seed data 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You can have 10 files, and then you can run seed instead of running like after finishing the first one, you do the second one, the third one, like that. Okay, then for this case is a small seed file, so you need to understand how to run seed file. You put this one main, and the one thing that you have to do is actually to add this in the here in the package.json. You need to add a Prisma script. Okay, you need to add a Prisma script for running this seed file here. So to add that one, I'm just going to go to Prisma here. Okay, I'm just going to say Prisma Next.js. Let me just go to this first one. Let me go back. I think it's not this one. Let me do these ones have the seed file? Let me just see if they added the seed file. We could just use that, and also if they did not add it anywhere. Okay, let me just go back in here. Prisma. Okay, you just go to prisma.io, and you can just go to docs, and every day like they are making this really nice, like the stacks here, how to use it in different places is really nice. I love this. I'm just going to go to search. I'm just going to search for Next.js, how to set it up. I don't know if it is MongoDB Next.js. Okay, I think it's just this one, how to use Prisma with Next.js. So down here there is where they have this seed. Okay, so the seed script, you can see where I've gotten it, guides Next.js, and you simply need to add this seed. Now some others just simply add it as an npm. You can also add it in npm, but you need to add an extra package, which I find that it is not necessarily important instead just add this. Okay, yeah, so just add this here so that you can run npx prisma db seed. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and try to run npx prisma db seed. So let me just close everything here, close, and let's go open the terminal. Now I'm just going to stop everything, and I'm just going to say npx prisma db seed. Okay, so this is supposed to go ahead and create all the categories. Let's walk through the seed file before you run it. So you realize that in the schema here, let's say in the Prisma schema, we have two tables, the idea and the category. The category needs only the title and the slug. And then the idea needs the title, slug, and description, and the category ID. So if you go to the seed, we are having our dummy data here. Let me show you the dummy data. So in the dummy data, it has the categories. Then inside the category, it has the title and then the list of ideas. And we have title and descriptions only. So I'm just going to go inside the seed. We have this reusable function, which generates the slug, takes in title, and generates this. So inside the main, so you write the main function. It should be an async main, and then you call that main function here. Okay, inside here you can just say console.log error seeding and console.log that. So inside here, I'm just going to go ahead and say you can delete existing ideas and categories. And now we start by creating the categories. You can see we say Prisma a for loop. We have the category and we are creating the title and slug. Okay, and then the same thing, we move through the idea data because we are inside the category now. In the for loop, we have the category data. So in the category data, we can actually get the idea, which is category.ideas. So we'll be having a single idea here. So now we can also still create this here, as simple as that, and that's it. So I'm just going to go ahead and run this and see if to create all this data. npx prisma db seed, it should just go ahead and run it. Okay, so let's see what's the problem here. It's saying that the package.json is duplicated and will be removed in Prisma 7. Please migrate to a Prisma config. Okay, it seems there's something here. Oh, okay, I think this is just like it did not stop to run, but they just like talking about that in the future they are going to move to a Prisma config. It is something new. I don't know about this, but I can see you can define the config with all those things. Something I'm just going to make research about maybe. But the actual problem is on the TSX. So you can just go ahead and install TSX. So npm install, I think TSX. You can just like look for this package, the TSX package. Okay, this one. Now, I think this is a TSX package. There is another one. I'm not sure for the Next.js actually. If you scroll down here, let me see. I'm not sure for Next.js if you need to run that to install that package. Let me just put seed. Okay. how to seed your data in Prisma. Okay, so you can see that the seed, they say you put this command Prisma ts node this, but then they say down here for Next.js somewhere. I think they must have removed it for Next.js now, but they used to actually change for Next.js. Okay, so they say some projects may require not to add the compile option. When using Next.js, for example, you need to set it up like this. So you can't just use this. Okay, you can use this for Next.js, but let me just actually try it first, install the tsx package and see if this works. But for Next.js, actually you can use this ts node. Now ts node comes in build, and then it has this compile option Node.js, so you can use that or use this one. Let's run it again. Sorry, not this one. This one of seed. Let's see if it's going to do add the data inside. Running seed. Okay, so we have some problems here. Let's see. Public idea.delete. Public ideas does not exist on the current. Does not exist on this await prisma.delete. Okay, so we can just use the same instance. I'm not sure if you can just, instead of using this, can I just use db like this and db? So we could just replace also this, Control F and Control H, just like this. And let's make sure that we are having the same Prisma client, because this is about the Prisma client. So clear, and I'm just going to say npx prisma generate. So you can just like generate a Prisma client so that you make sure that the database and everything is in sync. Okay, so let's clear this. Now let's say npx prisma db seed. Okay, running seed. Okay, let's see here the problem. Wait, db dot. So the table public ideas does not exist on the current, so it is persisting that the current table model name this table this does not exist. So what I can just do is let me make sure npx prisma db push. So make sure that your database columns and the tables, because if I just go back to my Prisma console, I go and see this table. So you can just go to tables. Okay. So it seems that actually I don't have any tables right now actually. So let me just run the migration. Seems like actually I don't have your database is in sync. Let me just do something. I actually don't have migrations. npx prisma migrate dev -- name init. Let's just first do the migrations, because if you look after doing the migrations, all your tables should actually appear here. So right now you see I don't have any tables. I only have this default Prisma So I just need to run migrations to push all these tables here. Okay, so I'm just going to give this one some seconds. Okay, so all these problems came from reusing the same database. Here they are just saying that because I'd already run this database on a different app, they are telling me that this will be something has changed in the in my schema, which is okay. So I want to run npx prisma migrate reset. I remember as if I ran this. So you say you need to use this to drop the development database. All data will be lost, which is okay. Are you sure? Yes. And let's just go ahead and okay, database was reset successfully, but still if I just go here and I refresh, the tables are not yet there. So I don't know if I just do reset, does this mean that npx prisma migrate dev will work? I'm not sure, because still haven't seen the migration file here. If it fails, I'm just going to simply drop this database. I just get another one. I think in your case you shouldn't go through this, because I hope you had a new database. Me, I was trying to reuse the old database. I didn't want to create another one. Yeah, I think it is working. Yeah. So after the migrations, now if I check, okay, this is also good to see. You after running the migrations, you need to see these tables. You see the categories and this. And by the way, the table names, this is how you put table names. If you go to the schema, down here, this at map ideas, this is a table name. And at map categories. If you don't put these ones, the category here will be used as the table name. Just from here, okay? So okay, this is good. Now we can run the seed. Okay, so I'm just going to clear this. Clear. So now let's run npx prisma npx prisma db seed. Okay, so if you're just going to use the tsx, then you just have to install the tsx. The good thing with the tsx is that you can now also run this as an npx command. Okay, yeah, so seeded 5 categories and 11 ideas. Okay, so we have some data in the database. So instead of relying on these, we're just going to change them. So what are we going to change and how? So if I just go ahead and I pause, for instance, this project manager, and we go back to our app, let's go to the home page. Let's make sure it is running. npx prisma studio. Oh, pnpm dev. So if I just go here and start this application. And just like wondering what is going to be on the home page. Okay, so you can see on the home page we have the categories. Now we can actually display something here, something like you need to first click on the category in order to show something. So if you just want to know, okay, let's say we put something here, something here. So I just want to see where it goes. So you can see it goes here. So we can just start by saying click the category. So you can just say here in this, let's say flex items center justify center, and within this one we can just add a good note, and we say start by clicking on the category you want, just like this. Okay, maybe so they should just have maybe a max width. So since in this layout, if you don't put anything here, we need to make sure that this does not start from this side. It is only maybe from here. Okay, so we can also just like put it in the normal layout, because in this other layout is where we can actually load the categories. These categories, we could just load them in this global layout if you wanted. Like you can see this header and the categories. Okay, so if I just say, for example, I show you, if I say that grid, okay, I think there is a grid whereby you can define the size of the grid. Let me just say if that I can just get it from something like here, CRUD, or maybe V0 you can do better that. If I want to create 2 grid columns, one with width of 300 and another with the rest of the space. How do I do it in Tailwind? I saw something like grid 300 underscore something. I'm not sure if this one is going to understand it. Okay, we have grid. Yes, this is what I wanted exactly. So you can just create something like this, guys. I like this. So you can create grid, and you can create this grid columns, okay? And you want to create 2 columns, one with 300 pixels, another one with 1 FR. So you can write something like this, and it is allowed. So now if we just go back, okay, if you go back, now you see this, okay, you see this. So what this means is that if I do this, okay, instead of putting this, you can have your category list here, category list, and then here you can have the rest of the children. So if I do this, you see that we have we have this space. If I put role, you have this space role. You see this one, and then you have the rest of this other one. So let me just go and bring the category listing here. So we can create the category listing component. So in the component, I'm just going to say category listing. Okay. So we could just also create these. Okay, for now let me just like add it here. Category listing .tsx, and let's go to the first layout, this one. So this is the one where we have the category listing. Okay, so collapsed and so many other things. Let's say okay, so we have this and we have this one. So we could just like add, I never wanted to touch this one, so I think we can just like do this. We can just do this grid. We can just do this grid. For now, I'm just going to say main, and I put children, but I just copy this. Let me remove this main and just remove also this, and let's also put just children for now, like this. So I want to go to this layout. Can we add this within here? We divide, so we have this sidebar header, and then we have the category list like this. This is I think it has gone back to the way it is. What did we want? Oh, start by clicking. Okay, we have this. Start by clicking on the category you want. This is in the page. Items center, justify center. Can I just give this BG red? Oh, so where is the width? It is seeming to be occupying a smaller width. Okay, I think this is okay. Okay, so I'm just going to remove this. Okay, so start by clicking on the category you want to view. Okay, so if now we need to get all these categories, first of all we need to get all these categories. Okay, So the good thing with this is that this can go away like that. Yeah, we don't need to complicate it. So just go ahead, go in this layout. Okay, we'll see if we need what we need. So what I need is to fetch the categories. So we're just going to use, of course, for fetching, we'll just use React query. Okay, we'll use React query for fetching. Okay, so how do we use React query? Categories list. I have them here. Paginated is use memo. Items per page. So we're just going to implement, of course, our pagination at the back end. But for now, what we just need is they have this return categories. So when you start, they just like want to paginate the categories. They just simply get these filtered categories. If you look at the filtered categories, we have use memo, of course, also, and then it is also doing the search and everything. And still, it is using also these mock categories. So we have these mock categories, which is giving us ID, slug, and discount. Okay, so I'm just going to go and fetch data and return this. Now, for data fetching, the good pattern is that for data fetching, we are going to be always using the API. So for this, we're just going to create an API here. So API, you can just go ahead and create also, like if you want, you can just like add like whatever v1 for versioning, and then inside here, let's create, for instance, these are categories. Inside the categories, let's create the page.tsx, and just going to go ahead and say export async function function, let's say get. Okay, and I'm just going to say try catch, just like this, and here just going to say return next response dot JSON, and here you can just return whatever you want. So if it is error, maybe you can just return data null, and maybe status of 500. And then for this one, we're just going to say const data is equal to await. Let's say categories is equal to await db. So you can say db, let's import the db dot categories dot find many. Okay, then we say where. Oh, okay, so for now let's just say yes, I get order by, and we're just going to say created at. Okay, descending. Now, one thing that we just want to do, since we are returning, so we only want to return a few things. We are returning the ID, title, so we want to return only the category, if you remember. So we have this category from the Prisma, this one. Okay, it needs to return this. So of course, right now what we are returning, So if you look at this, we need the ID, title, and slug only. And this one is returning a lot of things. So I'm just going to come here and say select. So we just need to select ID, true, and then title and slug. So title true, and then you say slug. You also say true. And now, if you hover now, we are returning only 3 things. We need the count. So I think what is also there is that you can say, so we want to say the ideas. So you can say idea, and inside the idea you can actually have, I think you can just do select. I think you can just do ID and then like count. If we just do this, I don't know what is possible here. Let's see. They have cursor, distinct, include, omit, select. Okay, just say do select. Okay, what do we have here? So we have this title. Okay, surprisingly we don't have anything else. How do we get the count? So here, let me just ask ChatGPT. So how do I get the count of ideas? Select. So here, okay, so you can actually access underscore count on the category itself. You can have underscore count. This will return the something like this. Method 2 using the count. Okay, you can just say ideas select underscore count true. Okay, the method 3 if you need count with additional filtering. Okay, so you can do this, and if you want count with, or why you can do like additional filters. Okay, so I think I understand. So there are so many ways. If we do this, you can do select and underscore count. So you can just do, I think, this. Surprisingly is not accepting, which is method 2, I guess. Ideas select underscore count, but let's just use this first one. So you have basically, you can access underscore count on this, and then on the count you can now select like anything you want. The count of what, let's say you have products. I think this is nice. So you just do this, ideas, and you say true. So if you hover on this, it now has underscore count. So what we need to do is to simply map it. So I'm just going to say console result is equal to categories. So you can just get the categories dot map, and then you have C, and then we can just return. So here we just simply need to return the category. So whatever we return here need to be of type category array like this. So if I hover here, I need these 3 here: ID, title, slug. So ID, which is going to be C, which is c.id, title, which is c.title, slug, which is c.slug. Finally is the count, ID account. So you can just say ID account, which is c._count.ids. Okay, and now we can just say return next response .json, and then we can just return the result with status of 200, status of 200, like this. Okay, so this creates an API endpoint that returns all the categories. So we can just go ahead and use this now. Now, one thing that you might be thinking that I wrote about is, let me just show you this before we go any further. You might be thinking of using a server action for data fetching, which is something we have been all doing wrong. So if you just go here, 5 critical server action mistakes that we have all been using. One of them, I think the last one, is what I want to talk about, is using server action to fetch data. Like this is, I've been doing this in all my apps. So the problem is that server actions are post endpoints, not get endpoints. Okay, so every time you are doing this, and the problem with post endpoints is that they cannot cache. So when you use them for data fetching, several critical issues, no caching, post requests can't be cached, sequential execution. I think this one is what the problem is. If you're executing like 2 actions, like the post and get, under normal circumstances are supposed to run in parallel, but if you're using server action, they all actually become sequential. So server actions are sequential. Server action must run one after the other, not in parallel. So if you're using it for data fetching and also using it to create, they cannot all run at the same time. Then performance issues, if you fetch data and imitate simultaneously, they queue up, which creates a terrible user experience. So from now onwards, you're not going to be using server actions for fetching. That's why you're seeing me creating this get endpoint for fetching our data. Okay, now for fetching data, there is one reusable thing that I created for fetching data. If you are just going to be fetching, so we can fetch these categories now anywhere. So let me just create another folder actually. So if I create another folder here, not in app, I just want to create it outside. Now I'm just going to create another folder here, which is going to be called like controllers. I don't know the good name I'm just going to be giving these. Like, I don't know if I should just call them like, these ones are going to be only doing the fetch. Okay, I'm just going to get a good name. For now, I'm just going to call them just like controllers or something. So I'm just going to go here and just say, for instance, products, categories. Categories.ts. And these ones are not just like server actions or anything, it's just like simple a file where we say export async function. Okay, export async function. I'm just going to get categories. It takes in no parameters, Now what I just want to return here is going to be category. We could just actually create a response. Okay, one thing that you need just to be returning here, we can just simply say, for now, let's say we are going to return a promise. Let's just say, just going to say promise of category array, just like this. And inside here, I'm just going to say try catch, and I just say const so you could just say const wait, and there is a fetch that I want to use here. Let me show if I can get it somewhere so that you guys can also start using it. So there is one app that I was working on, which is projects. I'm just going to go inside this front. I will go to config. Okay, so I just want to open this config, more especially the one for Axios. So here I'm just going to get this API request, which takes in the endpoints. I'm just going to copy this, and I'm just also going to create a config file. So just create a config, a new folder called config, and then yes, I'm just going to say for now config.ts, config.ts, just paste this. Okay, let's go through it. So this is where we have like API base URL. Let me also get that. So API base URL. So I'm just going to copy this, and let's add this here. API base URL is next public. So in this, I'm just going to say next public API URL, just like this. So let me create this. If you don't have it, it will use this. So you can just like even leave it. It will use this, which is our app running on 14.08. And now we can just prefix everything API v1 and then the endpoint, something like this. So you can pass in things like cache no store. You can pass in API key if you have, and then yeah. And then if there is no response, API request failed, and then you can just do this. Now we're going to see for this, it is going to be problematic, but let's first right now do this, where we have the fetch, and then we're just like getting return the response. So how we can use this one is you can just go here and you say const categories is equal to await. I'm just going to say API request, and let's say pass simply. Now you pass in categories like this, and this will just simply return the categories, since we are returning the promise of this. Return, let's just go ahead and return. Okay, just going to say return categories as category like this. Now for this, we're just going to return empty array. So you can just say return empty array like this. Okay, so we can just go ahead and get categories. And where do we use this? Okay, we're just going to use React query. Okay, we're just going to use React query for data fetching. So how do we use React query for data fetching? So in the page layout, so this is where we have these categories. So I'm just going to go in this here somewhere. I feel like we should just like create the category listing and we add those categories somewhere. Let's say we have the paginated categories. I feel like everything here could actually go in that, so that in this one we don't have really much things to think about. Okay, we have the header, then we have the actual categories. Okay, let's first bring them from here. So if we wanted to use React query for fetching this guide, I think we have, let's say, let me just go here just for a second. Okay, so the first step is let me just go to components. I'm just going to say okay, let's just go to where do I want to go? That's why I just go to some page and I just open this for a second. Okay, I just want to quickly just look at something. Okay, so where do I have I just need to see the layout here. Okay, I'm just looking for this navigation thing. It is inside the shop front. Okay, so you can just go to this and you can just go to where I have this. Okay, then I have this. Okay, so the easiest way to fetch stuff is if I can see it. Okay, we have category nav. Okay, so this is the easiest way. I think I'm just going to add this in the snippets. So this is the easiest way to actually fetch data in a page like this. So I'm just going to go ahead and go in our page. So we have somewhere here in the layout, I can just go ahead and add this. Okay, can just go ahead and add this. Now we don't have React query yet, so we can just go ahead and add TurnStack. Now for TurnStack, I think if you just go to Code Mint, you go to blogs or articles. Let me first go to guides. Okay, you have React query here. I just want to see the installation I need. So you need to install this stack React query only, I think, for now. So let's just go here and install that. Just npm install stack React query. Okay. Then another thing we just need is the provider. So we just need the stack provider. I'm just going to go down here. I'm very sure the provider is somewhere. Can I just search for it? Provider. Okay, so React query provider setup. We just need to have this. I'm just going to go here. We just go back here. So inside, outside also, I'm also going to create another folder for providers. So I always create the providers. Okay. And you can just say providers.tsx. Now, in the future, there can be so many providers. So you can just keep on adding them within this one, or so I'm just going to go ahead and did I just like install the pnpm? I'm not sure if I installed the pnpm package for stack, because I'm seeing here I still have. Oh, so the stack itself is there, but we didn't add the query tools. So we can just do pnpm install, and you can just add the stack dev tools. If you don't want the dev tools, you can also remove them, but the dev tools are good. So I'm just going to add them. I recommend you add the dev tools. So we can remove other things like this sooner. We'll add it alone. So we can add as many providers here if we want. Now we can just now get these providers, and let's go to the layout, this global layout, and now we can wrap everything in that. Okay, so if you just go before suspense, you can wrap providers like this. Okay, so that's cool. Now in this, you can now say, so want to get categories, you can now import use query from stack. Now you can call these categories, and you can now say get categories, just like this. So if I just go ahead and console.log categories like this, let's make sure that the app is running. I'm just going to go to the console here. So if you check, we have a cell analytics. Okay, I don't know. We have an object layout on 220. Okay, so we have data plus success here. So inside this, okay, so you can see that this in the categories within this one, get categories is this one. We actually just we have two get categories, so we are not going to use this one. Okay, we have this, we're not going to use this one. Okay, let me just actually remove this. As we said, we're not going to use serve actions for fetching. Serve actions are not meant to do any fetching. They're supposed to do only mutations. So we should just have like the create, update, and delete. That's what serve actions are meant for. So here we're just going to use now the get categories. Let me remove this. Let's go down here and let's import get categories now from the controllers. If I go back, okay, if I go back, you see now that we have it is rebuilding. Okay, we have an empty array which is saying that HTTP localhost this API v1 categories is 500. We could first actually test out this. We go here. Let me just first get this and add it here. So actually localhost API v1 is giving us back 500. So what is, can I close all these ones? So what is the problem? Let's check together. Use query is not defined, that is in the past. The default export is not a React component in API v1 this. Oh, what did I do? It's supposed to be route. Jesus Christ of Nazareth. I created it as a TSX. Can you imagine? This, I think you must be just like, what went wrong? This is supposed to be route.ts, guys. Okay, so let me just go here in this HTTP send again. This should just now give us the thing. Okay, nice. So if we go back here, we should just have an array of 5 stuff here. So now we need to add 2 scenarios. Okay, we need to add 2 scenarios. The loading spinner when it is loading these categories, and also when it is having some error to load. Okay, so depending on the UI, you can just like create a simple loading, or you can create like you can just like create, so let's say I can just like go ahead and do this. You can just like show you. So if you want to create a loading skeleton, sorry, I don't want to do that. You can just do this. So you can just do this from here, because add category is not going to be loading. So this here like this, I can copy this, and now you can just say create for me the loading skeleton for this, and the error loading. So you can say loading skeleton component and the error loading and the loading error. I think just call it the fetch failed error component. Okay, so this I can just like give it in the layout. Okay, just assuming you have this. Normally just like creating the skeleton. So if you just go to CRUD, they have this skeleton, so you can just use skeleton. Okay, they have this skeleton, so you can design the skeleton like this, and then you map through the skeleton to create any UI you want. Okay, yeah, so you can just always use that. Not sure what is. Let's see here. There are 5 with even pagination. So you can just say copy this. Let me just go to where we have the loading. So I can just go here in the components and I create skeletons. I'm just going to say the category loading. Just add this, and this is going to, I know why it didn't use the skeleton, but I think it is using the animate parse. Can also use that, but you can also just use the skeleton. Then we have also the fetch error component, which you can create. Just going to do this. Just going to say error, and just going to say here category failed error .tsx. Let's add this, and it does not use TypeScript, so I'm just going to say use TypeScript. That's the problem of using this. Okay, I'm just going to go to using these the only one I just want is for this the fetch error, but I don't think like it just went ahead and complicated the whole entire thing. It's like if there is error message, anyway, it's just a good, because you're just going to be capturing the error, and then you can just like get the message and the status on this error. Okay, and then you can just like do all these things like this. I think that is okay, and it has also the get error icon. That's like really getting in details, but I'm just going to simply say on the get error message here, Just going to remove everything, and I'm just also going to remove this. Also, I'm just going to say error message is that, and for this, if error icon, I'm also just going to return just this alert. So you might just not need anything much here. And now get error, just do this, and also get error message like that. Something went wrong. Retry. Maybe this retry. Okay. Retry is what I'm just going to expect. So for now, let me just do this. I'm just going to say on retry is just a function which returns void, something like this. Okay. So you can now call this if there is render current state. Okay, let's just go to this above one here, if there is loading and if there is error, just like this. So we can just go back to this layout, and in the sidebar here, we can just, like, after this, we can add this component, the category skeleton, and this. So we can remove this error here, like so. And then on retry, we can use refetch. So we can also get this refetch here, like so. So now we should just having our categories. So if I just come here where we have the paginated, instead of these where we have these paginated, I'm just going to go ahead and use here, let's say pagination, filtered categories, and filtered categories they're using mock. So instead of these mock categories, I'm just going to use the categories. Now, where are the categories? Possibly null. Say, where are they? I'm just going to cut this. Make sure it is the first thing on top here. I'm just going to add this here on top. Okay. So if you just go in the first one, it says if the categories are possibly null. So what you can do is you can just give them a default of empty like that. And then here we have another one. It is inside here. Oh, category dot. So if you look at the category that we have somewhere here in the paginated, let's see, where is the category? So use memo is based on this filtered category, and these ones, if I hover here, this category, where is this getting the thing? Get categories. Oh, So make sure that this is not coming from Prisma client. This is coming from here. So now we go back to the layout. We have our categories, if there is loading and if there is error. So we should now be able to see something on the screen. Okay, you can just like hover this and then just say like, oh, so we have some error. Said some attributes, I'm not sure here. Is that about hydration error? Oh, okay. So I think just because of too many, something like React has detected a change in order of hooks code in the column layout in this one. Okay. So just going to remove all these things actually. Just going to remove all these things. Okay, in a second, let's refactor. Okay, so we're just going to refactor all this. So I'm just going to first remove these mock ideas. I think at this point we don't need the mock ideas in this one. Let's see. Filtered ideas. So I'm just going to remove also these. Okay, paginated ideas, I will remove this. Total this, I will just also remove this. Okay, and then this. Okay, so let's see other things. So now we have things like the category submit. Okay, handle idea submit. So this one is not going to be here. The user, let me leave the mocked user. Then we have the idea form. So I'm just going to remove the idea form from here. Okay, let's see what we have remained with, what needs to be removed. So we have our hooks here, and then we have these other hooks like idea, remove it. Also remove selected category, and then search. Now for search, we'll also implement it in a different way. So I'm just going to remove also this. Now category page, let's first remove, leave that. Then sidebar collapse, that one we can leave it. Show idea form. Now for filtered categories, this is the search, right? So this also just going to remove it because you're just going to implement the backend search. Now the pagination also, okay, so for pagination, let me see, we're just going to add categories, and here just going to say categories. Okay, then categories total is going to be categories. Okay, those ones we can just like leave. Here we are not using any user, just going to remove this. Okay, we have some errors here. So this is on a click, so we no longer don't need this on a click anymore. So we need to know the selected. How do we know the selected category? So just going to compare on using the path name. So now you're going to use the path name. So you can just come here and you see const just say here. I'm just going to go above here, and I'm just going to say const path name, const path name is equal to use path name, use path name from next navigation, like this. So we can just get the path name at all levels. So we can just say if the path name contains or includes. So down here, okay, to know the actual selected. So if we have the path name, so we are using the slug. So I just want to know the path name here. I'm just going to say path name. Just going to say if path name is equal to category dot maybe slug. So I'm just going to first go ahead and console.log the path name, just like this. Okay, so we have also the search. I'm just going to comment out the search right now. Category per page, that is okay. Collapsible category form. I'm just going to first comment out the search. So you can just go down here where we have the search. So I'm just going to comment out this. Okay. Okay, so we still have the execution problem. They're saying React detected the change in order of hooks. So this one is about how these hooks are rendered. So we can have we have the use memo hook here. Then we have these other ones, which we're going to remove all these other ones, by the way. All these are hooks. Cut them. So these, let me just add them in here. These errors, I'll just cut them, bring them last. Okay, let's see. Yeah. Okay. So what do I want to see? I want it to see. So right now, it is only until if someone clicks like on productivity tools. So this should just now go ahead and route to this C productivity tools. Now this C productivity tool is supposed to be selected. So I just want to see the path name right now. Just want to see the path name. So if you look at the path name, it is C productivity tools. So basically we can just see if it contains. Okay, I think we can use if the path name. So here, if path name, instead of just saying this, I'm just going to say if path name dot if path name dot, I think there is includes dot includes, and I'm just going to pass in the string, which is going to be in this category dot slug. Okay, if it includes, so you can see now this is selected since this is includes in that one. Okay, so now reading this, we should be able to fetch all the things within here. Supposed to use that to fetch all these within this one. Okay, so let me just go to that part. So we have now home. This is the layout we have been working on. I'm just going to go in the next layout. Let me see this layout. Okay, this is the one for the idea. Okay, this is the one for the idea. So on the actual page of this is where we have the category detail. So just going to say right now, of course, this one's going to be click to view the idea, just like this. Okay, click to view the idea. So these are the ideas. Let's just go ahead and fetch the ideas within that very thing. So we can just first go and create the endpoint of in the v1. I'm just going to do this, and let's say ideas, just like this. And let's go and say ideas db.idea. So now, depending on what we want to show on for the idea, because we have in the types, if you remember, in the types here we have the idea, and the idea is having this only, is having only this. So you can just go to route, and this is the data that we need to add in the idea. So basically we don't need any count, so I'm just going to go ahead and remove this id title slug. We're just going to add in description to true. Ideally on this list we don't want, we just need the title, and we just need the title and the created art only. So I'm just going to say let me just say that we need id, title, and slug only. Okay, maybe we just also add, let's just add the created art to true. So we just need to create the type for this because we don't have the type for this, or we need to modify the types. So we don't need even to do anything here, just return ideas, just like this. Okay, just like this. Now to be consistent here, you could just return an empty array like this, since here we returned the array like that. So I'm just going to go to the my controllers. Okay, so I'm just going to go where we have actions. Just going to go in here. Let's copy this. We call it ideas. And just going to say get ideas. and just going to use idea from this. Just going to say ideas is going to be ideas, and even here ideas as idea like this. So even if you add you don't add, I think you don't add this like that, and you have this promise return here, it is enough. So you don't need to do much. Okay, so we have these get ideas. So if you have this right now, I'm just going to go ahead and first change this, the idea response schema. So just going to omit now so many things. We just need ID, title, and slug. So it means like things like description and category ID, we don't need them right now. So I'm just going to say on this, I'm just going to say true. We just add the category ID true. We just add the updated. Okay, so we already have updated at. So if you look at this, has only ID, title, slug, which we actually need from this right now. Where is it? Controllers, ideas. This now returns only a few things that we actually got from our API. Okay, so now what we need to do is, if you check in this here, so I'm just going to go ahead and remove all these things also. So we're just going to remove, for instance, categories. We don't need anything to do with categories right now. We only need the ideas, items per page. So anything to do with category, I'm just going to remove it. So remove this, then this, then idea search. So this search, I'm also going to remove it. Okay, then we have filtered categories. These we don't need. Paginated categories, we don't need these. Now the ideas. Okay, so the ideas, why they are doing this filtered is, we are not going to do this also. Okay, we are not going to do this. Let me first do this. We are not going to do this. Let me remove it. This. Okay. Paginated ideas. So the pagination, we're just going to first actually get the ideas. So in this case, where we have this, we can do the same thing like this. Okay. We can do the same thing. I'm just going to go here. Inside here, let's get these. Get the use query. Now, this time, we're just going to get, first of all, ideas. And these are going to be ideas. And this is going to be get ideas. But now if you think about it, is that make sure it's from controllers. This should take in the slug. Okay, this should take in a slug. And now we can actually, I think, pass in a slug in this use query. So I'm just going to go here and say, how do I pass in this? how do I pass in the slug? So you need to use query. Okay, you pass in the query key here. Okay, so you can just simply pass in the query key. So here, ideas, and then you say slug. Now this slug, where is it going to be coming from? Use query, include slug in the query for proper caching, wrap in an arrow function to call with the slug. Okay, so this is simply supposed to do like this. So this slug now need to pass in somewhere, so we can just like get it as params or something like that. Now the question is, do we get params in the page? Because here you could just say we get the params, and then we can just also come here and we say params, and these params we know that they return promise. Okay, and that is a big problem now, because so I'm just going to go here and just say slug to string, just like this. Okay, that means that I need to clean up everything. So in the components, let me create a folder for layouts. Okay, and I'm just going to get this layout. They going to call it the category layout .tsx, like this. Okay, category layout.tsx. I'm just going to remove these mock ideas. Now in this category layout, so we just need to pass in now children with slug. So slug here, which is going to be a string. So now we can use it to actually fetch data here. Slug get ideas slug argument. Okay, so in this get ideas, we're just going to also come here and we receive slug, and then here we're just going to pass it as, so I'm just going to do this, slash ideas. I'm just going to slash $slug. So we are passing it as a param, just like this. Going back to the category layout, yeah, so we have these ideas. So here I'm just going to say here ideas, even here is going to be ideas, total ideas, selected data, I don't need this. Selected category, I'm not sure if I need this also. So in here we just need to have the selected category. So we can also get the title of this category. So in that case, let me say we can pass in also the title. So in this category layout, so we have this slug. Let's pass in also the title. I'm just going to say here title, which is also a string. Okay, then down here is going to be easy to say if title. So we can just say that the title here is undefined. This can actually also have this, and then I can just say if title, then we show the title. Otherwise we show all the ideas. Down here I'm just going to first comment the search like this. Now I'm just going to go to the layout. Okay, so now we just need to say RFC. This is going to be the C layout. You can just say create a C layout and children of React node, and then we pass in here. So in here we're just going to simply put in the other layout. So I'm just going to put in the category layout like this, I think, and then here you pass in children. Okay, can't find the category layout. Let's import this. So we need to pass in the slug. So here we can just so that we get the params. Okay, just do this params. They will return the params will return a promise, and in that promise is where we have, like in this case, slug to string like this. And from this we can also just get, for instance, const slug is equal to weight. So this params, let's make this async, and now we can pass in here slug, which is going to be equal to slug. And now for the title we can also get it, say const title is from the slug. So you could just say that slug is going to be, title is going to be slug dot. So I can instead first split. Just going to split on dash. This gives us back an array, right? A string array. And now we can do dot join, and now we're just going to join with space, so it's gives us a string. Just going to pass this title here with title, like that. Okay, so I think we should be good. Just going to call this C layout. I don't know. Let's go first of all also get these. So in this we have is loading, refetch, and error. But let's first go back to this ideas slug. So inside the v1 ideas, let's go here and get this here. So in this, we're just going to say params. So we accept params, and params, they return promise. Okay, so in this case, I think we should just get it as a search param. Okay, we should just get it as a search param, like, yeah, because here you just would be getting inside the categories, you'd create an ID of or the slug for the category if you want to do that, because this is not it to be categories. Then inside the categories would have the slug. So you'd have something like this. You'd have slug, and inside this slug you'd have to route. So you can just do something like this, route.ts. Now this is where you can just like get this. Okay, you put this, and now at this point, if you say you get slug of string like this, and now you can just say where. Okay, where, and then you say okay. So now the problem is that if we use the slug, we'll have to first do another request to get that. Because in the idea, okay, so I think we could just do this. We could just say dot category dot find unique, and then we say slug. So here we just put slug, because this idea, this is just like either declare one of the initializer. I'm just going to first cut this. Where category dot find unique. Okay, so let's first say const. This is going to be slug is await params. So I don't know, order by Okay, let's first remove this. And now we just need to say that select. Now we can say that ideas, because we have the ideas. Now in the ideas, we can select the things we want, the ID true, what else? Idea true, title, true, slug, true, and maybe created art also true, just like this. Now on these ones, we just only need to leave maybe only the title and slug, because here we're just getting the category actually. So this is a category. So in this category, we need this ID title. Do we need its ID? No. We actually need only the title, like this. And since also like the title, we are do we need to return this? I'm just going to only return the ideas. Okay, just going to return the idea. So if you hover here, you just simply select we have the ideas, and so here just going to say category dot ideas is what you want to return. Okay, you want to return category dot ideas, basically, like so. Okay, what it is, I think that's it. Now the route changes. We have v1 categories slug, just like that. Now this in the controllers, where we have the fetching happening here. So get, this is get ideas by category slug. So you get ideas by category slug. So this takes in the slug, and this goes to categories slug, like this. So if you go back in the category layout, we have get categories by slug, and let's also remove this import here. Okay, so this should be good, only that we don't have the loading and the error. So if I just go back to this, okay, so I think we still have the same problem. Title dot split undefined. Okay, so first of all, in the layout, is it possible we can get the slug? Just going to go ahead and console.log slug. So it is possible that slug can be actually not there. So I'm just going to go if no slug. Okay, if no slug, return, just going to return a p tag, not found. See productivity. Okay, so it is saying not found. That means we are not getting this pathing through the page. Okay, so we can just go to Next.js, not Next.js Academy, Next.js docs, and let's go to params. Now in the layout and pages, so they say next uses file system based routing in the page, creating layout. Okay, so nested layout, that is okay. So I just want to see if we want to get that in the layout. How do we get it? Okay, so I don't know, it's saying that layout props children and any other slots. So that does that mean you cannot pass in the you cannot pass in the some other props? Good to know that. Resolve params to this page params layout global helpers. So I'm not sure if in the layout we can access anything else apart from you can actually. I'm seeing here is saying that so if you have this, you can pass in the params, and then the params return the promise, and you can await and get this. Okay, that is exactly what I did. Promise of slug, is it? No, it's actually just C. So wait, I think we're just in oh, okay. I think that this layout is supposed to be inside the slug, because in here is when now we can access this slug here. Here you can now access it. Let's go and see. Yeah, so you can see productivity tools. So you can just capitalize this. So you can just say, so want to capitalize, there are two ways in this. We can just go where we have the title, category title, on top here somewhere. So here we can capitalize just like that, productivity tools. Okay, nice. So now we can just, since we have the slug, we are passing in the slug, we should be able to get the ideas. Let me just go ahead and console.log ideas, not ideas, just like that. Okay, it is saying array of 0. I'm just going to see all others. Oh, but they have 2 actually, so you can see they have 2, so there is a problem with that. So let's go and go here. So we pass in this, and in this side we have API request going to slash v1. So let's just go and test here. v1 categories, and let's get here one of these slugs, just like this. Send. Okay, we have internal server error. Okay, so let's go ahead and see why. Categories v1, categories slug route, and we have the get. Is a must. We should pass in a request. Like, I'm not sure if it is a must to pass in the request, which should be, I think, next request or something. Category db.category.find unique, where slug. Do we get this slug actually? But it seems like even the endpoint itself is not being actually hit. Something might be not right. Let's go down. Okay, so they're saying cannot destructure properly slug of an intermediate value. Promise. Okay, so we can just go back here the docs, and we can search params, and we can get these in the API route. So in the route, do we have like the params? You can just get them, the params. Okay, so you can also the structure. Oh, okay, so here you actually have params like this. Have request and params. Let me first cut this here, and okay, let me just instead copy this. So we have from here, just like this. We have request to request, and then we have params returning, so in this case going to be slug. Okay, let's just go ahead and see. Send. Okay, so that is nice. So if you go back this side and you have this, yeah, so you have this one here. So we need to add nice, I think, simple loading. I'm just going to go here, and where we have exactly these I will just go to, for instance, this in the category layout. So down here where you have the actual here, this is where we are putting the paginated ideas. So within this very space, you could just say if loading. So let's do this. We could have something here. If loading is loading like this, if it is true, then I just want so that loading, okay, else won't do this, okay. And then also if is error, so you can put down here and we say if is error. I think it is, if it is error, can just say and p tag. Just going to add like a p tag. I don't know why I can't do this. So I'm just going to say p tag loading failed. Okay. So you can just say if it is not loading and there is error here, refetch. I don't know if we can just like reuse it anywhere else, more especially if there is this error. You could just like put space and you put a button, but for now I'm just going to leave it like this. Okay, so if we refresh, yeah, nice. So the same thing here, I'm just going to do that. Instead of putting the other one, I'm just going to copy this. Let's go to the other first layout. Minimize this. We have this layout here. So instead of this, if loading, I'm just going to cut this, cut it, remove this. So to where we have, okay, this one here. So it's going to be within this, but we need to add it properly. So I'm just going to cut this and I say if is loading is true, then you're just going to show the category, this category fetch skeleton, else, then you just add this. So remove this. Then we can just also just say if there is error, so we can also just go ahead and cut this for error, move it from here. We can just say if there is error after the loading, you can just say if error, and then we just say and this. So you could just say if it is not loading again, once again. So now if we refresh, we first get this nice loading, and then we have also this one. Okay, so the last part of things is what we want, whereby now we have data visualization. So if I just say productivity, it's loading. If I just say AI, it's loading. And then now I just need to say AI assistant. This should just now go to the last one, which should now, let's link properly. So let's say paginated in the category layout, in here. Now we have this slug. Okay, so now we have this. So just do this and you add in that slug. Okay, so we go to idea now. It should not now go off. So if I just now do this, so just say machine learning AI assistant. Now we're just going to go to this detailed page of things. So I'm just going to go ahead and work on that detailed page of things, which we already have. So inside this we have I, which has this. So the only thing we just need to do is move this layout also inside here. It needs to be, wait. Let's leave it inside. Yeah. Okay, so lastly, we need to get this in here. Okay, this detailed page. So I need to get this detailed page onto this. Can we just get the original? So we have our original, which was project ideas manager. So we need to get the last one. Okay, so this which had this detailed description and everything. Now we need to create the types for that, the project detail, but this is the detailed column. I'm just going to go ahead and get this detailed column, copy it. I'm just going to create in components, create here detail column .tsx. Okay, RFC, and let's paste in this. So this one, which is saying selected idea, this is going to take in the okay, this is supposed to be detailed idea or idea detailed, just call this one detailed idea. So the column, this I'm also naming it detailed idea. So this one should just now go ahead and let's create in the types. So you can just go in the types here and where we have the idea. So this is why we need the whole entire idea, how it looked like. Let's see. We need the title, created at, and the description. Yeah, so I think that's what we need. We need title, created at, and description. So I'm just going to go to this. Now we have omit, like almost the create form. So just going to say here detail idea schema. So omit ID, and what we need, category ID. I think we can omit the category ID. So if you look at it, it has title, slug, description, and this. So we also don't need the slug. So you could just say slug. We leave it out like this. So now this is going to give us a type. It's going to call it this detailed idea. Infer of detailed idea schema like this. And now getting this, so I will just pass in an idea, and this idea is going to be of type this. Okay, so that means here is we need to show this. Okay, so here we can just say if idea.title, then we show the idea. So here just going to say idea okay, so we need to go ahead and make sure this is exported. Okay, this one's supposed to be detail. I just call it detail idea, just like this. Let's call it detail idea instead of detailed. Okay, so that is good. Now this is what you're going to show in the page. So here we just need to detail idea like this. Now actually, so we could, if you're going to use serve action, if you're just going to use we need to pass in a slug in this page or the ID. Yeah, so I'm just going to go here and pass in the ID. So you can just go here in this page. Let's get the params, and this params you can return a promise, and the promise is going to say ID of type string. So the good thing is, if you wanted the slug, you can also access it from here, but we don't need it. So I'm just going to say here, pass in simply the ID, not the idea. Okay, so let's pass in, because we're going to do the fetching from here. So let's just say ID string, just like this. So then the idea, we're just going to simply fetch the way we have been fetching in all these layouts. So I'm just going to go to where we have this here, just like this. So just go onto this, let's pass in the use query, and this is going to be single idea, and this is going to be ID. And now we need to create that. So I'm just going to go in the controllers. I'm just going to go under the idea here, get idea by, so this is get idea, not ideas, get idea by slug, actually by id. So receive id, and then inside we just going to return idea detail. Was it detail idea or idea? I don't know. Idea detail. Let's check in the types. I'm checking in the types. Detail idea, so like this. Okay, and it's not an array, so just going to be idea and return an idea. Now for this, and I should just like return an empty like this. So this is going to be ideas, and then you pass in an ID like this. And let's go to API. So similarly, the way we did this, I'm just going to copy this and let's pass it in this. So this route, we don't actually need it. So inside the idea, we have, instead of slug, it's going to be ID. And then in here, we're just going to say ID, even this ID. So we're just going to go and say idea is idea, where ID select. So here just going to select the things we want, the title, title is true, we want description, which is true. I think we also need the created art, which is true. Then here just going to say return idea. You could also just check if the idea is not there, then you return like the 404. Okay, I'm not going to handle that use case for now. So ID, let's say this is, I cannot find ID, so here const is equal to await params, and then we get the ID here. Make sure that this is an async page. Okay, so when you come here, you just say get idea by ID, get from the controllers, and let's pass in this ID. Now here just going to get the idea like this, and if idea dot title, so you say idea is possibly undefined, so you can just say if idea, just like this. So we need to also handle the loading. We need to handle the loading within this, within here. So for instance, if we have the loading, the good thing is so if we say if is loading, okay, so I can just actually have the same stuff like here, like this. Just going to only leave this, remove this. I'm just going to add this, and just going to say loading. Sorry, and if there is error, I'm just going to say here fade to throughout the idea, just like this, and you can just say text red, and if this is supposed to be like text ghost, text, but that's just, I think that is okay. I'm just going to go back. Okay, I'm just going to reload. Use query okay, so this should be a use client, okay, just like this. So now if we just come, so we have this loading, even this loading, so, and then if we just click, so we haven't clicked anything here yet. By the way, you're supposed to use the ID. So let's just go ahead and click on the ID. Let me just go ahead and make sure of that. That should be in this layout. So in this case, we just need to make sure that this in the idea is ID. So this idea.id, okay. So they just click on this image recognition app, okay. So you can see image recognition app, even this, okay. So the loading is not working as expected. So when you pass in the ID, if it's loading, it's supposed to show this. I don't know why I'm supposed to show this here. I'm just going to use and here. For this supposed to be somewhere in the some layout. I don't know which place is that. for some reason, let's go to the mobile app. Okay, so since we have now 3 layouts, is clicking to view the idea. I love this, click to view the idea. So if you click on the fitness tracker, okay, it doesn't actually do the loading. I wonder why. So let's say also here we do the same thing I did the other side. So if you have the idea, I'm just going to show, let's say this. So if we say if is loading, if this is true, then let's show this. This one, and then I'm just going to say else. Okay, I can just simply actually just maybe move this. Then for error, the same thing down here in this space. We can just say I'm just going to remove this, and then here just say if error, and then we do this. We have 3 errors within here. Idea.title. So it's basically like the idea is not. You can just do this, even new date. The problem with new date, we need to check if idea is true, then we just do idea dot created at. Otherwise, we can pass in an empty string like this. The same thing with this. So this one also takes in, I think, a string. So we can say if idea, and then if idea, then we say idea dot this, else we add an empty string. This one, see, yeah, so the loading now works nicely on that. Just want to also say that this text font medium is not necessary, and even this text arg is not necessary. Now we can just like simply, we can just like say flex items center do justify I'm just going to say center also to add this. Let me see. So yes, web development, and let's say e-commerce. Okay, I'm not sure if this actually worked or not, but I think that is okay. for now, I'm very okay with that architecture, whereby just click on this, it loads that, and then you click on this, it goes ahead and loads this. I love that. Now the last one is we need to implement the search. Okay, we need to implement the search. Let's the time. Okay, I want actually also to add in authentication. So let's look at, we haven't even added in, but these ones are just saying they're going to be really easy. Okay, let's start with making sure that these add functionalities are working. So if you look at this add, one thing to do is the forms. Okay, one thing to do with the forms is that most of the times if you find you have a form like this, I like one that the forms, they should have headers. Okay, the way you see in the simple UI. So in the simple UI, there is where we have like forms. Okay, so in the forms, more especially here on this pop-up model, the forms should be scrollable, because there is a tendency of the forms to be really having terrible experience. Okay, you find the forms are having really terrible experience, they don't have a proper console, and if you try to click, it even goes ahead. So I just want to get used to using something like this one. So I'm just going to go here on the form, copy this, and let's go ahead and look for where we have our form. I'm just going to go ahead and delete this. I don't think let's first leave it. I'm just going to go to where we have, like for instance, the category form. So this is where we have our category form. So just going to go down here and paste in also this. Okay, so it is just almost the same thing. I just only need to remain there, I think, the title. So we have here title, and all the remaining things I'm just going to remove them. Okay, if I just go in here, title, remove all these watch, calculate. Okay, on submit, I want this. I'm just going to do this, create the product, which in this case I simply need the title, which is going to be data.title. Okay, and then now you can just like reset the form and then console the whichever whether it is the product or not. So this we already have ours, so I'm just going to remove these two. So this is the category form data, which actually has only the title, and then even this one, the schema, is going to be the category create schema, just like this. Together with the submit, we just have on submit, which is going to be an async function. So normally I always like to do something like on submit, function on submit. Okay, going to be an async function on submit, and let's put data here of type category form data. Okay, so here the category is going to be data dot that. Okay, let's go to the form. It's going to be add new category, and create new category. Okay, so inside here we only need this category title and the enter category title. Okay, and its name here is going to be title, and that's it. All the remaining things, I'm just going to go ahead and remove them. Okay, I'm just going to go ahead and remove all these things. Okay, we have the create category and then cancel. Okay, so going back to these errors here. So where we have this category form right now, if you look at this, it takes in a lot of things which I don't normally like. Okay, so basically the form should be taking in the way you see this one. Let's remove the schema. Remove this. So you can see like this, it is maintaining its own state. The only thing that it could just take in, it just doesn't take in any state. This is what I want. So I'm just going to rename this. Okay, so I don't want my forms to, most of these forms to have these on change, on submit. It's just like good, just like it has a full control. The only thing that you can just take in is this initial data. That is good. Okay, the initial data is good, and is, as you can see here also, it doesn't show that it should have this. So I'm just going to take in this. Within this, you can take in the initial data. And one more thing that you can also actually take in is so it can have initial data. So I just want to add in the ID. I always want to add in the editing ID in these forms. So you can just come also just say that So I think suppose taking to do this. Okay, let me see how did it on top here. So you need to have like the props. So down here you can just say initial data, and then you come here and say like this is I'm just going to do this. So you could just go ahead and create another thing outside here. So you're just going to do this, then here you can just do this. So here you can just add initial data, and I want to just also add like the editing ID, and then inside this editing ID, let's say, so we have this editing ID is going to be a string. I always just want to pass in those two things, editing ID and this, and they are all not required, just like that. So if you just go still up here in this one, we have the generate slug function, which we should actually put it in reusable functions. So this generate slug, I'm just going to copy it, and you can just add it in this, where you have like lib, and then you have the utilities. So you can just export this generate slug, and then in your category form you can just use it. Okay, I think that's it. Yeah, I'm just going to leave it at that. So I'm just going to go here, copy this. Let me rename this form 2 to category form. And I'm just going to go ahead and remove all this. This use client need to be alone. You can just go ahead and remove these inputs. Remove this select input. So we need to install the form component. So just going to go here, and you can say npx pnpm dlx shad cn latest add form. So you can just add in the form for now, just like that. We already have Zod, which we're not using here. Okay, and then in this we have create category. Let's import this and this. Okay, so the category form seems to be good. So now the problem is in the layout, where we are calling this I think it was the category form, right? So you don't need to add all this. I'm just going to go here and remove this idea form and the category form. So in here, you don't need to pass in anything. just like this. And you know, this helps us to remove also unnecessary things. Let's remove more categories, show category form, things like that, and submit. So that clean up. And now we have this add category. So now with this, where we have this is where we actually add the form in this case. So here it was having this show, so here you can just go and cut it, and then we can just add it exactly where we have this, like so. Okay, so now we need to see what's going on right now. So let's go back. Okay, so we have an error which says category form does not exist in the target module. I'm not sure about that. So here we have one error which is saying that the category form, did you mean import category form? Okay, so when you just go to oh, this is in the category layout, so we can just remove this. Let's remove a lot of things in here. So this category form, for now, let's remove it. Okay, so it has this add category, which we are going to fix in a second. But now if I click it, it has this create category thing. So we can just like remove this, adding that. We can just go to the category form. We can remove all these BG things like this, and even this BG gradient, you can remove this. Let's see now. Let me first add the, for this one I'm just going to remove, but then for this dialog the padding is okay. Let's say if we don't define anything, so if I just say don't say text white, I only add padding. Okay, so even this text that is here, if I don't give it anything, I'm not going to give it anything. Okay, so it looks like this so far. So you could just give it like a black and white color if you wanted or something, but I'm just going to go with this. Then for the create button, I don't want to add any of these classes or anything like so. Just leave it the normal button like that. So we have the console, which is also having flex 1. I'm not sure if that is important to have flex 1. Let's see. Yeah. Okay, so you can just have the category now. If you try to click this, you can see it changes the, and it has the nice stuff. Okay, just going to close this. So you could just reduce on padding, maybe padding y of 3, and let's leave this one as px. Let's see. Okay, that looks, I think, okay. Then you can also see between the form. I'm just going to reduce this one to px. Padding to place 3. Okay, I think that is okay. Let me just leave it. Okay. So category title is required. I'm just going to this add category there. We can just give this a variant. You give this a variant of outline like this. Okay, so just remember we have also the this. Now the is because of having this, why this is not on this here. We're just going to use this for opening and closing this thing here. Okay, so I think we should now first work on add. So if I add in YouTube, it should be able to add it. Now this is where we apply all the good principles of using. So when you call here, we are not supposed to use state. Okay, we are not supposed to use state here. From these, I created this. On the critical mistake, the first mistake is saying that mistake 1, not wrapping client-side server action call in transition. So the problem, when you call server actions from a client component, it uses revalidate path. So the good thing is we might use or not use we might use or not use this if we use server actions direct, because we can't decide to use if you create we use how do they call it, okay, I think on this part here we can just use server actions, or we can just use a mutation. That is also like possible. Like within this form, we simply create a mutation. That calls the serve action. Now with the mutation, you don't need to do anything with the revalidate path. Whether you do revalidate path or not, it doesn't matter. So let's just use a mutation here, since so you can just come here, and I'm just going to search for mutation. So you can just do a mutation. Okay, so down here you can just say that you have return, you have the use mutation like this. I think I just also want to use this direct in the we could just say create its own thing. Okay, so we're just going to add this use create me mutation. So you can just come to the form here, and you can just say const create. We can just call it, like, for instance, create title, create category mutation is equal to, and then we just add this. So you can import use create mutation, and then data, this is going to be create category create form data. Then this one is going to be create category, and on success want toast, so you can just get a toaster. Let's just add toast here, pnpm dlx shadcn latest add. So you can just like add this sooner. I'm not sure if that is it sooner like this. I'm just going to go ahead and check in the providers. So in the providers, that is where we had added this toast from Sona, and I can just leave this, and I'm just going to say here rich colors, just like this. Let's go back to the category form. So now you can just say toast dot success category added, and let's go ahead and query dot invited. So I think we're supposed to create this query client, and then the keys, query key here, you can just like add categories, I guess. Now for this, let's say query client, so you can just come here and say query client, outside here you can just get the query client, which is use query client, then fail to add category. Okay, nice. So now we can call this down here on submit. So on submit, if you call it, call this dot mutate, and then in this you can pass in the category here. I don't know if it is supposed to be. You can pass in also comma, then on success I think you can add in what can be done on success, like for instance resetting these and everything. Let me just see. So you can pass in code it and pass in on success. You can pass in on success here. So here we pass in, let me see, in the object passing on success, and this is why we can just go ahead and say reset. So you can just call this. Let's look at this. I'm just going to look at this. What is it? This create category. So create category here has generate, we just get this, generate the slug db.create, and we are returning success and data. I'm not sure if we need to use the use transition in this case now. Let's see. I'm just going to go back here, refresh. Let me just stop this Docker from running. I don't know why I clicked on Docker. So I'm just going to click on add category. I'm just going to say YouTube 30 days and 30 videos challenge. Just going to add. Now we just need to add the loading states to the button. So I'm just going to go to the category form. So now this is mutate. You can just add it in here, here. So we can just say, for instance, okay, so we can add the loading states. So for instance, here where we have the create, we can just say create category dot, oh, actually we have, this one is called create category mutation. Okay, so even this one here, it's going to say create category mutation, and they say dot is pending. So you can just say is pending. If this is true, then we're just going to say creating, else then we add create category. Just going to add the 3 dots, and you're just going to say disabled is also equal to create category mutation dot is pending. The same thing while it is creating, you not going to cancel. Okay. I think that is okay. Okay, let me just go back here, and we can just say I think create. Okay, so you can see this has actually created, and it has 0. So just click on this, it has nothing. So we just also need to, if it has no any notes, we need to, so that no ideas found. So let's just go to this category layout. Okay, so where we have also the list. Okay, we have this is loading, so it will first do the loading if there is error. So we can also do something like if here I'm just going to do this, if here just code them paginated ideas dot length is equal to 0. So if that is true, then we can just say no ideas found. Okay, so that should just like show here no ideas found. Okay, and now at this point we need to add that create. Let's just look at that button. Let's see that button here of plus for creating this. So I need also to create this form which was actually opening here. I need to modify it a little bit. So I'm just going to go ahead, this idea form. Okay, the idea form, I'm just going to go to idea form, which is this. So here we're using the sheet. Just we're trying to create like more space. But I might just use like also the form. You can see here we also need something like this. So let me just first look for where we have the plus. So the plus is on near the search. So now you can see it was disabled if there is no selected category. Right now, let me just remove that. So this opens this. Not sure if this is a beta version. I'm just going to use the same form, the one we used on the category, but I'm just going to change. So let me first duplicate this. I'm just going to rename this to idea form. Even this, I'm just going to say idea form. Okay, so we're just going to look at the actual idea form. Let's look at the props. So the only thing we just need is category ID and initial data. So I'm just going to simply add the category ID. So category ID like that. Okay, so we have the schemas, idea, create schema. Just going down here, idea, create schema, and this is going to be idea, create form data. Let's import the schema also. Even here, idea, create form data. So default values are these ones. Default values are here. Let's go to the initial data for this, where we have the initial data. I'm just going to copy this initial data. Okay. Then we have on form submit. Is just submitting in this data. So I'm just going to go here to the submit. So on submit, you would just see that where we have this const category, I'm just going to say this. Let's call it data in this. Okay, I'm just going to call it idea. For this, slug is generated from here. We can just call the generate slug. So just going to also create the mutation. So I'm just going to say create idea mutation, create idea mutation. So this one should be everything on the idea. So like idea create form data, and then down here just going to create idea from actions. It's going to be idea created. Then we can invalidate queries. This is going to be ideas, fit create idea. Okay, so this is going to be create idea mutation. So we have this as idea. The mutation data here property is incompatible string. Okay, so this one in this where we have the category ID, it's going to be string, just like this. So this one is going to be create idea mutation, even with this create idea. Okay, let's look at what we have in the form. So in the form we have the title. So if you look in the original form, we have the title, and we also have the description. So I'm just going to use the rich text editor from Simple UI. So just going to go to Simple UI here. Let's go to, instead of forms, let's go ahead and look at rich text editors here. Okay, and let's go scroll down to this simple editor. Just want to use this one. Okay, so let's go ahead and create its component. So in the components UI here, you can just create simple editor .tsx like this, and we need to add tip tap. So this one uses tip tap React. So I'm just going to say here npm install tip tap React. Then we can add the tip tap starter kit, and then the tip tap link. Okay, just going to add those ones only. So we have this simple editor now. We can just go to the idea form. Okay, so we already have the feed of the idea title, so I'm just going to leave this idea title, enter idea title. So below it, I'm just going to add a div. We're just going to add this simple editor. Now in the simple editor, we actually have the usage. So if you scroll down, this is how to use it. You can just simply add it in just like this. You can give it a title, something. I'm just going to copy this. Let's go to the idea form. So here, okay, you can, let's remove this. Let's import the editor. Now it's called simple editor, I guess. If you just go back here, is imported as simple editor, and then description and set description. So if you look at this, they are actually state. So you can just create a state here. I'm just going to create a state. We just create a state here. I'm just going to say const description set description is equal to use state, and I'm just going to do this. Okay, so you could actually just say that the initial is this. Okay, so now that means in here we have the description, but since we have this in here unless we make it nullable. It will not accept submit without the description unless you make the description to be nullable, so that we do the check outside. I don't know if we could do form.set or something. Okay, let's look at how this looks like, because in the actual form, that's what we had actually. I'm just going to go ahead and remove this. I'm just going to move this in here, the idea form, and where we are using it, we're supposed to pass in the category ID. Now category ID actually supposed to be part of, oh, actually we can get this, the category ID, okay, wherever we are coding this idea form in the category layout. So if we just go in the category layout is where we are calling this idea form. So let's remove it. And let's go now, idea form. Let's remove all this. Okay, and basically now, since it is self-opening, we need to add it where we have the add. So where we have this plus is actually where we're just going to add this. Now this category ID, if you check it, we're just going to remove this. Okay, in the category here we are passing in the slug. Okay, we are passing in the slug. We need the ID. So there are many ways we can pass in the ID. Okay, so I'm just going to go, we can pass in here the category ID actually. So I'm just going to say category ID. Just going to say, oh, actually on the, yeah, I just go ahead and pass it here actually. I'm just going to say on category get ideas by slug. Okay, I'm just going to get this category ID from this. We could get back an object if we wanted. Here we are getting an array. So we could just receive something like this. Okay, category ID and the ideas like this. Now in this case, this might not rename because this was renaming this data. So I can just do this, leave it like this. Data is equal to ideas, or okay, I'm just going to pass it in. I'm just going to pass it in here. So the easy way is I can pass it in here. So we have this title. I'm just going to have the category ID. It's going to be a string, just like this. Then we can pass this like so. Okay, make sure that when you pass this here, let's also add it here. So just going to pass in the category ID in that way, like that. Now in the layout, we can just get this from such params. So what I don't know is if we are able to receive the params, either we could just get but let's just try to receive actually such params. So I'm just going to come here and get the search params. I'm just going to go to nextjs docs. Okay, I'm just going to go here to the docs, to where we have the params. Down here to where we have the page. You can see that we have also the search params. Okay. So here we can have params and search params, and let's add them here and see. So search params, in this case we're just going to say CID or category ID. So you can just say key just string like this. Okay, now we can just also say this I'm just going to say CID is going to be equal to search params, like so. Okay, so we can just get this ID, and then I'm just also going to go ahead and pass this here. Let's pass it as category ID instead from the search params. So that means if we are going to pass where we are passing here this in the first layout, this one. So when we're just passing paginated categories, so in here you can just like say this, and then you can just say CID is equal to, and then you can also pass in the category dot id, like so, and then this is going to be code in that page. Okay, so I don't know where we need it. Okay, let me just go back. Cannot destructure properties id intermediate as it's undefined. Okay, so we can't just do this in this other layout where we have this. So if you have to destructure it like this, I think at that point you need to have specified the key itself. So like instead of key, you could just say CID like this. I think that one would just make sense. Let's see. So let me just first go back to categories. Okay, and then click on this. Okay, it's saying that category ID still is cannot destructure property. Okay, can I just say CID is going to equal to await params dot CID, just like this. I'm not sure. Okay, so I think this does not receive the search params, if I'm not mistaken. So the only alternative we have now, the only alternatives we have is I'm just going to remove this and this, and then this category ID, just like this. So the only remaining option is getting it from here, this data here. So I'm just going to first remove this and I leave data, and now from this data we're just going to say, I'm just going to say const. We just have to destructure now this data. I will just say ideas and this category ID. In this case I'm just going to say create category ID, just like this from the data, and then I can just give this one an empty array. And now let's go ahead and work on this get. So instead of bring back idea array, we're just going to create the response. So I'm just going to go to this. So just going to say that this is going to return an object So let's say that I'm just going to create here another idea. Let's just look at the idea response currently, this idea response. So this one right now is not going to work. Okay. So I'm just going to say that this is the idea maybe, and then I'm just going to create the one response schema, and let's say this is going to be z dot object. So just going to say it returns an object, and now is going to be object of, so here just going to say id, which is going to be a string, z dot string, so z dot string, and let's say also which is ideas. Okay, so for the ideas, I think we can just say idea here, like this. I think we can just say z dot array of this. So if you hover on this, it brings id, and then ideas array. That's what is the response is going to be. So the idea response, this is not the idea. I'm just going to call this something else. I'm just going to leave. I'm just going to leave this one as idea schema. Okay, and then this is going to be idea schema. But then we're just going to say I'm just going to call them category ideas. Category ideas response is what is going to be this. I'm just going to add it here, even this here. So in the return, where we have controllers here, here just going to have the category ideas response, and I'll just go ahead and change a little bit. I'll still have this. I'm just going to go ahead and change a little bit in the API. So this API here, instead of returning this, okay, I'm just going to return the category instead. And now inside the category, we're just going to say select. We're just going to add ID true, just like this, returning back to this. Okay, Now we don't need to pass in this. Let's go back to the category layout. Okay, so if you now check on this, you can see that it has ID and ideas. So you say, if I say ID, so you can the structure ID and the ideas. ID is declared by its value is never. ID does not exist on type. Oh, okay. So it seems like it has this data here has ID and the ideas. I thought if I destructured this, I would get out this, but it doesn't seem so. So you can just say const category ID is data dot oh, it's seeing it as an array. So the problem is on this. It is not an array. Okay, it is not an array, and that's why even here you can just return an object. So that's not an array. Okay. So can I destruction now? Oh, undefined. Okay, so since it's undefined, let's say const category ID is equal to data dot ID. Then you can just give it then for ideas is data dot ideas, and we can just give it an empty array like this. Okay, so nice. One more thing, we can just go back to the layout, this layout here. Now we don't need to attach anything like this ID here. Okay, we are good. I'm just going to click on data visualization. This so we just need to show one is saying not found with that. I'm just going to check with that. But now what it means is that if we click on add, here it has to be a plus only. The idea form. It's just going to be on this, just a plus. I'm not sure if it needs even to be. I can just add it as. Let's give it a variant of maybe ghost or something. Okay, so I'm not sure what is the problem now. Let's make sure that this is passing in the right idea form is being called in the category layout, I think. So we can just go to where we have the idea form here. SSR has been detected. Please set immediate render explicit first. Avoid hydration mismatches. Let me just go in this layout. Just remove these. Okay, I think we should be good to go now. Just going to refresh. Okay, just click on this. Each child should have a unique key prop. So everywhere we have a map, I'm not sure if this is still just I'm just going to go to the category layout. Where do I have map? I'm just going to search for map. Okay, make sure that this key is on this. I mean, hope that is the only problem we had. And in this layout where we have just going to remove all this. Let's clean up all these handle submit. Okay, these show category form collapse. Okay, so there is where we have no ideas found, and we can also say and is not is loading. So we have on top here what we're doing is loading. Okay, so it has, if it is equal and it is not is loading, then so if we do this, it shows only this. Okay, click to view the So we just want to open basically this. Okay, so I think the problem is coming from the idea form. So remember, the idea form has the category ID, but most importantly, it is having this editor. So let me just comment this editor for now. We see if that is where the problem is coming from. Let me remove all these. I will also comment the simple editor. Just want to confirm that it is not the problem. Yeah, so you can see that it is the problem. Now, with that, if that is the problem, let's first go this editor. So if that is the case, with this SSR, that means like this component you have to if we have this can happen if SSR client is used, a server client branch, if this variant such as date so we need to import this as a dynamic import. So let's see if we can just like import it as a dynamic import. You can just get this. I'm just going to ask to import as a dynamic import. So just say v0. I want to import a simple editor as a dynamic import. Just wait and see. So okay, there is this lazy. I'm not sure if that is the new way to use this. Remember last time we were using dynamic. Let me just add it like that and we see if the problem goes. Comment it and let's add it like this. Get lazy, maybe from React. Let's see. Lazy is from what? Yeah, so lazy and suspense from React. I don't know where it is using suspense actually. Oh, so he's actually wrapped this in the just like see. Okay, so what it did, it wrapped this whole editor in the suspense, like loading the editor, and then okay, let's see if that works. Refresh. Still, we still have the problem actually. Okay, let me just show you the problem that maybe the error, tip tap error, SSR has been detected. So I'm just going to give it this. Okay, I'm just going to first reduce on these open tabs. I'm just going to also first wait and fix this. Okay, so there is a small change that I've done to fix the problem. So you have to, if you look at this, we have const editor is use editor, and then we have our extensions, and then we have content and the editor props. So just simply add 1k for the render immediate, so that is immediately render, and it has just added it to false. So just keep this immediately render to false. And then in the idea form, we are also just importing it like this, idea form. And this is how we are importing it using lazy. And then down here, this is how we are leaving it in suspense. Okay. And inside here, we have suppress hydration warning. And then you just add it like this. So with that, it actually now works. So if I just go back to idea form, you can see that actually this works properly. Okay, you can just go ahead and add the idea title, and then we could also add something to this to add. Okay, inside here, you can just say describe your idea. Okay, describe your idea like this, and then we can just go ahead, just going to text sm and just a margin bottom of 1 to add just idle space. Okay, I think this looks good. You can just go ahead and add. Let's work to in order to create the idea now. So we have here everything: idea, slug, description, and the category ID. we are calling the create mutation, which is actually in turn calling this create idea, which expects to receive the same thing, category ID, title, and description. And then this creates, and I think this should be okay. So we can just go ahead and say, well, what should I call this? Idea type is going to be, for instance, if you just go and say building, so just going to add in this, the 30, it doesn't know an idea. We're just going to say the first idea is building a rag app using LangChain. Okay, LangChain and Vercel SDK, Vercel AI SDK. So then describe the idea. Just going to go here to this, and let's go ahead and copy this whole thing. I'm just going to paste it here. Okay, and then create. Okay, so with this, okay, we need to go back to the schema in this form. So since this has, if you look at this has, let me see, if you look at the idea schema here, it says we need to have the description. So we can just like make the description nullable. So you can see here right now description is required. So we could just like make it nullable. Okay, we could just come here and we say, okay, this is not required. Just going to say z dot optional and dot nullable, just like this. I don't know why it's saying that. Are you supposed to pass anything in the optional? Let me see here. Okay, I think you start with we start with nullable. Then dot optional. Still here is a problem. Okay, I think it is just dot string, z dot string. Then you can put this. Okay, so with that, there are so many problems we have introduced, because if this is optional, we solve our problem, I think, in the form. Okay, but we introduce more problems. You can see like here in the create already is refusing okay, so I'm just going to look for some other method. Let me just go back in the schema and let's return back to the way it was. Okay, let's return. Now in the form, instead I just want to set, I think, on this on change. Okay, if I have an on change, just say I have this on change. If I have, and okay, just add the whole entire thing. If I have this form, how do I set description so that the form gets the value. I don't know whether it understands what I'm saying at that point. Something like e.g. form dot set field or something. Let me just see if it's going to understand what I'm saying. Okay, so you're saying here you have described your idea. Oh, you can wrap it, replace this section in your form, or you can wrap it in the form and then on change you say this. Option 2 is you prefer to keep your current setup. You can just say form.set value. This updates the form field, and or you can also use watch outside here, and it watches. Option 1 recommended. So option 1 is replacing using the form field. Okay, so let's see if this works. I'm just going to go here. Let's put it like this, where we have this, we can add entirely this. Okay, so the good thing with this is that here we have the name description, and then inside here have on change field dot on change value, same as even in these other ones they have field. Okay, let's see if this works. Oh, okay. So you can just like add the description from this side. Okay, just like this and this. Okay, let's also add on create here, button is pending, create idea. Still, I think we still have an unsatisfied thing, which is I think the which is, I think, the category ID. So if you check in the, we have also the category ID. So I'm not sure if we can how we can overcome that. Okay, I'm not sure. So now this is not needed. The question now is, how do we add, because here we are adding the category ID. How do we handle category ID? We could just like add you can add it as a key prop. You could just have a hidden field. Let's see. Yeah, I think the easy method I think I was thinking was this. So you have this category ID, you add it like this in the default values, and then we add in the form, the hidden field. So we can add in this in the form. Inside the form we can add in the hidden field inside here. Before, like this, we can add in a hidden field that has this category, and then inside here we can have default value. Here we can add category ID to category ID, just like this. Okay, let's see. Yeah, you can just like rest of the form fields. Then simplify this, since now we have idea title. So now it is from the form. Okay, so now it is from the form. So if you just go to submit, category ID is now from the category ID is from the form now, just like this. For Slug, I think Slug is not in this. If you check in the schema for the Slug, let's check in this. Oh, we also have the Slug. I think we can just like remove Slug in this. We could just like put title and we generate the similar the way we did in here. We could generate Slug from here. So that means we don't need Slug in this. So you can see idea where we have this other one. Where is it? In the category one, in the create category. If you look at this, it doesn't have we generate the Slug from inside. That's what we should do. Also in the idea. So I'm just going to go, even if I remove this, actually import generate Slug. So in this, we just need to remove here. We just simply also to omit Slug. So just omit Slug. Now when we just go back to the idea form, we don't expect to pass in Slug here. So default values, if you look at this, it doesn't have, it has title, description, and the category, 3 things. So we don't need this, don't need this. Okay, and that's the purpose of using TypeScript. You change only one place and it updates all the other places. So I think it should now work. I'm just going to go back, copy this. It should now work, I believe. Okay, this is going to be 30 days. Just start videos in 30 days. Challenge ideas. Okay. Oh, this is supposed to be a category. I already have that category. So this one is building a rag app. Okay, let's see, create. Okay, we still have the problem. I don't know what's the problem right now, because we have everything, the ID category. Let's go down. Spending disabled is spending submit. Idea, there are actually 3. Okay, default value, just going to add here. We have 3 things in the schema: category ID, title, and description, and the ones I have. I don't know, in the form we have the category ID, then we have the title, you have description. I don't know why it is now fading. You still have a problem. Now refresh. Okay. I'm just going to check and then I'll be back. Okay, so finally I've found the fix. So we just needed to add this input, and we add this value here. Okay, so that was the fix. I'm just going to go ahead and to this, so the idea schema, and I'm just going to return back this from optional, like this. Okay, so that was the problem. Let's try to create and see now. Okay, let's add, let's try to see actually when you submit in the idea form. Now we have 3 things. You can state a description and the category ID. we can also consider log this data here. And now we can look at the mutation up here. Okay, and then we can validate against this, and then we create this, and then you go ahead and create the idea. I'm just going to go ahead and consider log the idea. Okay, so I'm just going to say building a RAG application using long chain, just like this, and just going to go here and add this as a description. Just create. Okay, so now we have to add these as nullable for some reason. Just go back the schema, and we have to add, I think is this category that we need to add as the optional dot string. Okay, dot string dot optional and dot nullable, I think. Let's see. So you can create. Okay, I want to see what happened in the console. So the console, okay, so the category ID is actually null. Okay, so let's check. So this is supposed to have the idea form. So idea form expect to have this category ID, and if you just go to where we are calling this idea form, we are calling it in the category layout here, and you're getting this from this the fetched data. Okay, so that means just going to first also consider log the category ID. So this is category here. I'm also going to consider log the category here. I'm wondering why if I click on this, so if you go to the console, in the category layout on line 40, category layout, line 40, we can see the ID is actually propagating. Okay, so now we send. So by the time I do this, I should be having this. So if I say test and test description, Okay, so in the ideas on line 10, you can see here, this comes from, I think, the server. Even at the server, let's see. It is bringing an error on. Okay, we have foreign key constant violated on this idea category key. Okay, what is being violated? On the create, okay, here we have the category ID. Okay, the possibility of being null. So we can just simply say that, let's create one more time. I'm going to go to this. So the ID is there. Building a rag application description. Ideas. Okay, so we still have error creating key foreign key constraint violated on the ideas category key. I just want to know what data do we have here. I'm just going to go ahead and get this, and I say const payload is equal to this, and then data is going to be equal to payload. If I look at this here, I want first of all console.log the payload. I'm not sure what's the actual problem. It seems that the data is not reaching. test just want to see here. Okay, so if you look at the category ID is actually not reaching. Okay, great. And if you reach, you see the one that we submit. Actually, even here the data is not reaching. On idea, the category ID is not reaching. Okay, let's just see. So on line 40, the category ID is there. So I'm just going to say here that only if we have category ID, so if category ID is there, then we have the form, then we pass our category ID in here, then we have, so let me also console.log the category ID on line 69. So you can see clearly that on IDA form the category ID is propagating. So that means that it is in the form that it is getting lost from here, I guess. So because maybe of this. Okay, so I'm just going to again add it. Let's add it here. Data. Just going to say data dot category ID is equal to category ID. Okay. Let's create test create. Oh, okay, so this time actually we have the test here showing up. Okay, I think that's cool. Now this is not updating. I guess we should just like in the invalidating keys. So here we are good. I'm just going to say invalidate keys. So on submit right now, we are invalidating keys here. I don't know if I can add more keys, like also the categories. Okay. Yeah, you can see here the categories have been also updated right away. So I'm just going to have to delete this to remove everything from the DB. Let's look at the time. So we have spent 6 hours. We still have some functionalities that I still want to add in. Okay, I still have some functionalities that I need to add in this app. But this is so far so good. So far so good. I love it. I wanted to add authentication, but maybe we might just add it in the next video. But again, in the next video, I just want to create the other app. Let's add authentication. We might just not add in other features, but at least let's add in authentication. I'm just going to go ahead and add in authentication. So let's go here. I'm just going to go to how they call it, code mint. I think we have a guide on integration Stripe. Okay, authentication with beta auth. I think we should be able to add it. Let me just go ahead and add beta auth. Okay, we already have Prisma set up. So first of all, I'm just going to go ahead and clean all the data. Okay, I'll just go ahead and clean all the data right now. So you can just go ahead and just say npx Prisma Studio. Okay, and I need to add beta auth. So npm add beta auth here. Okay, just going to add in this npm add beta auth. Category have 6. I'm just going to go ahead and start with the ideas. Select everything, delete. Categories, select everything and delete. Okay, so we don't have anything right now. So the only thing that we need to add in is the sign up, the sign up, the login, and so I'm just going to add one more layout. So you can just go in this home and let's add in the auth layout like this. And I'm just going to go ahead and remove this project manager component. Okay, so you have added that. We need to create the auth layout, and I just want to only add the implementation for the Google Auth. I will add only the Google Auth. So let me just go in here. So in the auth, I'm just going to go ahead and add layout.tsx, which is this one, auth layout. Then we have sign up auth.signup. So I'm just going to create auth sign up. So create auth sign up page.tsx, and then we remove the parts we don't want. Then we have the login, auth login. I'm just going to say, so we already have now. I'm just going to simply create, say the auth, create a file, which is going to be sign in. Was it sign in or login? Okay, login dot just slash page dot tsx. And then on those were components. I'm just going to leave. I'm just going to. So those ones were source component auth login. That sounds like they were supposed to be components, these ones. Okay, so we can just first clean them up. We're not going to have email and password. I'm just going to simply use the Google, only Google. So I'm just going to leave only the Google Auth. I'm not sure if here we have okay, in the authentication, since we're going to use beta auth, I'm just going to use, let me just go to YouTube. And I'm just going to search for JB Web Developer here. Just go here. I'm just going to search for beta auth. Beta auth. Okay, so we have here a video for beta auth. Why did I click beta auth? We have this video for beta auth. Now in this video we created, so if you want to get the source code, you just go to the Next.js Academy, sign up. So you just need actually to get to this course. Where is it? The one for beta auth. React Native, full stack, invoice. It is here. So you can just go to this course and click on enroll. So I think I just need to go ahead and add it to some other account like this side. I'm just going to go ahead and sign in with Google. Just go ahead and sign in. Just going to resume. Now here is where you're going to find the source code somewhere. Yes. So this one, just going to go do this. This is the source code. Okay, so like this. Just going to go ahead and unzip this, extract. Okay, so just going to extract the parts that we want. so that we move somehow faster. So first of all, the parts I want is the Prisma user. Okay, so you can just go ahead and let me just say go ahead and look at the schema. So we just need to add in these things. In the future we can just like add on, but we just need these models the way they are, all of them. Just going to go ahead and copy these models, go to our idea, and I'm just going to go to the schema. Let's add these models down here. Of course, you can first go ahead and watch beta auth. Watch the video. These are about 2 hours and 40 minutes. And then what else do we want to add in? I'm just going to go here. So in the we just need to add in the lib here, the lib folder. We have this, the auth client. Okay, auth and auth client, those are the two files we need, these two, auth and auth client. So I'm just going to go to here where we have lib, just add this auth client and auth. Okay, then we have the GitHub and the Google here. We're just going to need those keys. Okay, we just need those keys right now. What else? Let me just import DB. Okay, nice. Next, I'm just going to go ahead and put the forms. So let's say login form. So we have the auth components here, even login, and then the social button. So let's go ahead and copy this folder for auth. Just going to go ahead and copy this, and let's add this in our components. Where is it? Providers, lib, components, like this. We have forgot password. I don't think we're just going to have those ones. We're just going to modify a little bit. Then even this global, for now let's copy that global, add it in here, and now in the serve actions we have the user serve action. Now this one is if you want to sign up and then login user. We are not going to do the form thing. I don't think so. We need the do we need to implement the form? Really, in this case I'm just going to only use the Google and GitHub. Okay, so let me minimize this. let's go back to the sign in. We just no need forgot password. We need these two. So we'll just go ahead and remove all the schemas. Let me remove the schema. Remove these. Remove on submit. So we're supposed to have for Google. I don't know if we have the social. Okay, we have the social button. So for the form, just going to go ahead and remove this. I don't need the form. I'm just going to leave social icons like that. You can also go ahead and remove this on submit, this, and the router, just like that. Let's clean up anything concerning these. I'm just going to go ahead and remove. Okay. Good. And the same thing with the login. We can just go ahead and clean up, remove these. Let's remove the schemas. Let's remove this also. And then here we're just going to go ahead and also remove the form. Okay, so just going to leave those ones. Okay, so we can just now also bring the actual pages. We have app, then auth. Going to bring these two, put them here. Just go ahead and add in this auth here. Then let's remove the forgot password. So we just need only this page and also this page. We can check if they are present. I'm just going to go back here. Let's go to /login. Just want to see how it looks like. Okay, so this is our sign in to our app. Okay, maybe I'm just going to say Idea Pro something in our components here. I'm just going to go to this. Okay, so we have this app logo icon, sign in to I'm just going to say Idea Pro. We could also just make this header reusable instead. This header here, we can just say the auth header or something. I'm just going to go here in this. I'm just going to say auth header.tsx rfc. Just going to return this. Next link, this, and social buttons. So if you come back here, either in the login, you can just see the auth header. Okay. I can just like copy this auth header in the sign up. Just going to go here and import this. Okay, so sign in to this, create account. Yeah, so this is sign up. This one is having sign in. This one can be sign up. Just going to, for now, the logo should be in the center. Let me see. Okay, just like leave it like that. I'm just going to, we can pass in this the title and description. Title and description. Okay, you can just do this, title and description, and you can just say this is string, this is string, and then you can just say these are not required, because we're going to give them this one is going to be the title. Okay, and this is going to be equal here, and then this one is the description. Which is going to be description here. So you can just copy this title and description, and let's go to sign up. Pass them here, and you say create an account. Create your account, and then here you can just say join Idea Pro. Okay, so I'm just going to have this. Okay, so this should now have create your Idea Pro account and the sign in. So I'm just going to have to pause, and I need to get these keys both for this and this one. Okay, I'm just going to get the GitHub for this, and also the Google keys, so that we can just continue. So I'm here creating my authorized JavaScript origin. So if you just go to beta auth, you're supposed to add, they tell you here, the console authorized redirect. Make sure you redirect to this. Okay, now I'm just going to add, first of all, this, the first link, this one. Just going to add this. Now, since we're using 1408, then here, authorized redirects, we are supposed to add this. Okay, make sure you add this. just going to copy this. So this, let's add 1408, and I'm just going to go ahead and create. Now after deploying on our VPS, we just come back and add these URLs here, but for now let me just add this. So they will give me the client ID and the secret. Let me just go ahead and add this. Let me just go ahead and add this, the Google. So in the env, if you just go back here, you need these 4 things here. I'm just going to copy this. Okay, we just go ahead and add in the env. I will just go ahead and add this. So for Google now, I'm just going to copy the client ID. So this is going to go on the client ID, and then the secret also. Okay, why did I add it? Okay, let me just do this. So I'm just going to go ahead and copy these. Let's go to this. So these 2. Now we just need also the GitHub and the GitHub secret. So for now, I'm just not going to put GitHub. I'm just going to leave only Google for now, so that we can test. Okay, so if I'm not mistaken, I think that's the only thing we need. We need to check the session. So if you go to any of these layouts, maybe I don't know if any of these pages here, I don't know, any of these. Okay, I'm just going to go back this side. Just want to see if we protected any page. So protected layout. So this is how you get the session, and you can also populate the user using this. So I'm just going to copy this. I'm just going to go back to, so this is going to be, the whole of this page is going to be protected. So in this actual home layout, if you're not logged in, you're not going to go on the home page. So that means that in this layout we have in the whole entire app actually. So no, not entire app, in the home, specifically this home layout. So what I will do is that this is already having a lot of things going on. So we have only one page, which is this one. So we need to get this. Let me first put these ones here for a second. So I'm just going to create this as a home layout. So I'm just going to cut this, everything, take it in the components layouts. I'll create this one as home layout.tsx, paste everything. I'll just change this also to the home layout. Now in this, now we're just going to take in this you can take in this, and the I don't know where we have the user. Was the user in this part or not? I'm not sure if the user was in here. Oh, okay, the user is in another layout. Good. The user is in another layout. So here we just only simply need to protect this. So let me just first do this. Clean out everything like this. So I'm just going to go back to this. Okay, just do a ref just going to say h layout the way we did with the other one. So just pass in the children, even here the children, which is React node. Then here is going to be children, okay, remove this. So I just simply need to protect this using this layout. So here, if there is no session, so just do this session and make this async. Session is await, and if you just say auth, import auth, and also the headers from next headers. Okay, and just say if there is no session, let's redirect to login. Okay, nice. So finally, I'm just going to remove this. Let's go ahead and get this session. I'm just going to cut this, take it in this root layout, and then top here we're just going to go ahead and also get session. Let's make this async. Let's import auth. Let's import headers. So just going to define this nav user, and this nav user is what we are going to pass in this nav bar. Okay, nav user. So just going to say that this can be of type. So just going to get the nav user here. Can be of type. So let's look at the nav user. The nav user has name, email, and avatar. Okay, name, email, and avatar. So this can be null. It doesn't have to be. So I'm just going to say if no session, then we can just say nav user is equal to null. We can also say let nav user, just like this. Now this one we can just say is going to be, we can export the types for the user. Just export type user is equal to name, string email, string avatar, which is string or null, I guess, and then just going to say this or null. Okay, just like this, and then you can just say this is type. Okay, we could just say user or null. So here let and then here we just say as nav user is this, so we pass in nav user now to this, and then we can say this one is of type user or null. And now where we have this mocked data, I'm just going to remove this. Okay, so here you can see we have this profile. So what I'm just going to do is we need to say if we have nav user, if nav user is there, if this is true, then we say this is nav user. Else we're just going to have adding two buttons. Just going to have to add in two buttons, the login button. I'm just going to say login, just like this. I will make this as child, and I'm just going to see inside here link, next link, login href / login. Okay, so with that we should just have login, so you can see here, and then in here right now we're having something I don't understand. Where is this? I thought it's supposed to be in here if you have this. Can I just like have a p tag here? I just want to know what's going on here. Rem. Oh, okay. So for some reason this is not returning. I thought this is going to be returning null. Because if it was returning null, it should be showing that. Let's go back to layout. So I just set this to S. Okay, so if no session, so it should now work. Yeah, so it should just like show something like that. So if you try to go on this right now, it should still show you that you're going to go on this. Okay, let's try to check in the sign the social buttons. So we have the social buttons, which are responsible for actually the signing in. For GitHub, they are calling these handle providers, handle sign in, and everything. So before we do that, actually, okay, so before we do that, we just need to stop the server and make some changes. I'm just going to go ahead in the schema, I will do something very small. So everything relates to this use ID. So I'm not sure what should we create the relationship. It can be a category. So a category should belong to a particular user. Okay. We could just do category. Yeah. So I'm just going to say that this has a relationship with. So let me just go to the idea. Exactly the way we have this. I'm just going to bring it here and say that this is going to be user. So that should be somewhere user ID, which is going to be string. And then here, just going to say user ID. And then in the user, we should just have categories. And then here, user, just like the, category, just like this. And since now categories have the ones which have these ideas, we don't need to worry about these those ones. So now in creating this, we need the user ID. So I'm just going to go ahead and push this. Stop npx Prisma Let's run npx Prisma. What did you want to run? npx Prisma db push or something. So we just made changes and we added in the category that we need a user ID. Okay. So I think that's the only change. We just added in this other bunch of stuff. Yeah, I think that's the only thing I'm just going to add in right now. npx Prisma db push and pnpm dev, just like this. So with that, we just need to go to the schema. Okay, I'm just going to go to the category here. And that's what I just like saying. So now if I simply add in right now the user, the way we have the ID here, if I just come here and I add in use ID, this is going to go ahead and propagate everywhere. Okay, if I add this, it's going to go ahead and propagate everywhere. The problem now is that in our form, even in our seed file here, when you're just like creating like this, is going to give us problems. Now, more especially in our forms here, the category now is missing user ID. So we just need to get the logged in user. Okay, we need to get in the logged in user that you're going to pass in inside these mutations. So one thing I can just like make it is just going to make it nullable for now. So just come here and say string. I'm just going to say dot nullable, just for then dot optional. This is just going to be for simply for types for Zod in the site, so that we can actually get this we can just get this while saving. So here we can just leave it everything the way it is, and when we go to this create category, in here is where we just go ahead and get our user. So get user is equal to await. So we can just go here the way we just got it in session here, this. Okay, get this and the headers. Okay, so after getting this, we just say const user id is equal to session dot user dot id. Okay, and if there is no user id, actually you can just say redirect. We can also redirect to the login. I'm not sure if just like login or auth login. And now here we can just come and say user id, just like this. Not sure where I added redirect. What did I add redirect? Any other place I added redirect? In the layout somewhere here, auth login. Okay, so we need to make an attempt to actually go ahead and create an account. Okay, I'm just going to attempt to create an account and see how this goes. Click on this. Okay, so there is one thing also we just need to do, I think, in the auth or something. We need to set some other things. So if you just go here in beta auth and you just go to get started, after you have installation, so you need to have beta auth secret. Let's generate the secret here and copy this. Okay, so in the env we can add this beta secret. Then you need also this beta auth URL. So this one is going to be 1408 for our case. And then I think that's it. Okay, I think for our case that's what is necessary right now. Okay, so in here in the auth client you can also go ahead, so the base of the server optional if you're using the same domain. So here I'm just going to leave that. I think that's it we need to do. Let me go back to this roughly, just like reload. And by the way, for our buttons, I don't know why, but you can just go to the button and make sure that you give it cursor pointer somewhere. Anywhere here, just going to say cursor pointer. You always like cursor pointer on buttons. I'm not sure if there is anything happening here right now. Auth. Oh, okay. So I think there's some other things we need to do in the API. So you are supposed to set this auth. Let's just copy this under the API. Just go inside the API app, home, API. And then this is the one that is actually handling those routes that are incoming. Okay. So if you look at this page, actually we don't have auth login for some reason. We simply have home, auth, simply login and sign in. I'm just going to go here in my app. I think this one is supposed to be home layout. This is simply login actually, and also in this is in categories. This is supposed to be just simply login. I'm just going to go ahead and click this. This time I think it's going to route. You can see here. Okay, ideapro.com. Just going to go ahead and do this. Let's say click continue. Okay, so we are back on this, and you have this JW. So the user is there. Start by clicking on the category you want. Now, right now we don't have any category, so here we're supposed to actually add the model to create the category. So in the page where we have this, so we can't just say that we can't just like say in the category layout. So this layout, where is it? So we have this layout, and then we have this layout, this one here, the category list layout, this one. So if we don't have any categories within here, so after this, so you can just say since here we don't have no ideas found, I don't know where that is located right now, because it's only showing this. Oh, okay, I understand now. So the other time this was in the so this was in the layout. So this layout was outside. Right now it is no longer outside. Inside this one, it is inside now here. So when you have routed to the categories, there is something that we are missing, I guess. We need just to have one. So this one is having all the listing. All the listings. I'm just going to first drag it behind. The problem is that if you drag it, you won't be able to get this slug. What are we using this slug for exactly? So here we get ideas. So in this one we are showing ideas. We should be having a layout before that. We should have a layout before this one. Yes. Oh, I think there is one layout that we didn't do. We're supposed to wrap this in the home layout. Okay, supposed to do home layout like this. Let me just import this. I'm just going to go here and say home layout. Okay, home layout like this, and it doesn't take in anything, I guess. Yes, yeah. So this, at least it should just do something like this. Okay, so we add our first category. This is going to be YouTube. YouTube video ideas. Okay, and you can just go ahead and, so now we need to fetch only the ideas for this person, the ideas for this person. So I'm just going to go ahead and add that. So in our v1 here, categories, route. So yeah, we're just getting the so this is why we are getting the categories. Here I'm just going to go ahead and get the user. So you can just go in the categories. Let's go ahead and get the user here like this. From here up to here, where we have these routes categories. So we can just like put this, get the auth headers. Okay, so if there is no ID, first of all, we just simply need to go ahead and return response. I'm just going to say return next response dot JSON. So here I'm just going to go ahead and return error. You need to be authenticated. You need to be authenticated. I'm just going to also pass in the status of 403, just like this. Okay, actually, since we're just like passing this, if there is any problem, I also want to pass in this. something went wrong. Something went wrong. So here we just need to get this user ID, and then here just going to say where. These ones are going to be done after here. So just going to say where user ID, just like this. Okay. The same thing with Slack. Okay, here where we are getting these ideas, I'm just going to first go here on top, and let's get the session ID, these three, and you can just go ahead inside the categories. So on top here, we could just create a reusable function that is doing that returns a user ID. Okay, so then here just going to say where slug, and then just going to say also. So even if we don't check this, because this will return only the categories for this individual here. Okay, but we can just say confirm, and you pass in also where the user ID, like so. So now if I just go ahead and I also sign up, let me just go in another browser. Okay, let's go another browser, and I'm just going to go ahead and log in. So I'm just going to go ahead and log in with this here. So now I should not see any video, any ideas. Okay, so you can see I don't have anything. We're just going to create here personal ideas, create, and then inside the personal ideas we can add in my first idea, and here I can describe the idea. Okay, and let's create. I'm not sure why, if we have any problem. Let's see. Okay, I think we are good. Category, we have even the user ID on that. For some reason I don't see any of my ideas. Oh, so it has come, but it didn't revalidate at that time. Okay, so this is good. Okay, this is good. Okay, so I think now what is remaining that we might not implement is going to be the search, because I wanted to implement the search at least to have the endpoint for search and the one for pagination, and I'm not sure if we should just like add them because I'm out of time. So I'm just going to do is I'm just going to leave them out. Let me first go to this. Let's go to the layouts. Like in the home layout, we have categories, and down here is where we have this input for search. Okay, I'm just going to get this input. So I'm just going to first go ahead and comment this. And also they do the same thing in the category layout. So what we will do is, this is going to be another video where we optimize this. Another video is going to be where we look at this. I'm just going to leave it at this point right now. Let me just add in the home layout, just going to add I think I should add something like so this form, just going to add a padding top of 3. Yeah, so right now this is fine. Okay, this is fine. So in the next video, we're just going to be adding more features to this. Is going to be our demo app. So just going to use this app for so many things, like deployment, search, implementing backend search and the backend pagination. Just going to be using this app here. So it is important that you go ahead and do this app. So yeah, thank you so much for watching this video. I will see you in the next one.